Do you want to create a professional WordPress blog but without messing with code or limited WordPress themes? In this video, I will show you how to create a blog using Elementor, the most world's popular page builder. My name is Reno, I'm a designer and I like to keep things visual, so no code, but also professional. And that's why I use Elementor, because most tutorials on YouTube, they start out with a WordPress theme and that works, but with a tool like Elementor, you get the complete design freedom. You can edit all the elements. Every single design detail you can change, from the color to the size to the spacing, and it's all done in Elementor. And that's why I believe that this editing experience is just so much nicer than having to connect a bunch of plugins together to make a blog. It shouldn't be too hard, right? So this is why I believe that even if this is your first website, you can follow along because Elementor is very beginner friendly. It's literally drag and drop. And because you get so much design freedom with Elementor, you can turn this blog, which is now a food blog, easily into a fashion blog. For example, I just changed a few design elements and then the look and feel is completely different. Or maybe you want to create a travel blog. The structure is all the same, but the vibe is completely different. And so that is all possible, but you can also add more pages. So let's say you want to have an about page or even add a web shop into it. That's all possible because this is built on WordPress. And because it's built on WordPress, we can keep the cost very low because WordPress itself is free. We only have to pay for Elementor and hosting. And so you can have this blog live for around $8 per month, which is a lot less than most other platforms out there. And then with Elementor on top of WordPress, I think you have the sweet spot between affordability and customizability. I've made a tutorial like this 4 or 5 years ago, but that one is quite outdated now. So this is basically an updated video with new techniques and also an upgraded design. So let's take a look on what we're going to build in a bit more detail. As you can see, this blog displays a lot of posts in different ways. Here at the top, we have a slider. Then here we have a 3-column slider. Then here we have a list of the latest posts. We have favorite post over here. There's even an email sign up newsletter. And there's also category pages, which you can access from here or from the menu here at the top. So let's check out the fitness category page. This automatically filters all of the posts that have the category fitness. And the same is true for the other category pages. So let's click on one of the articles. This is how the article page looks like. As you can see, we have the sidebar here on every page. You can see the categories over here, which are also clickable. And then once you scroll down in the article, we have related articles, which are in the same category as this specific post. And then we have a beautiful, simple footer, which has a button that links to Instagram. It actually loads in the latest photos from your Instagram profile. And then we have a simple footer with some social media icons. And so on the final website, there's a lot of different category pages and post pages, but we only need to create 3 pages on the website, which is the home page, because that one looks different, then an archive page, which is used for any type of category, and then a page for each post. And then WordPress does the rest of the magic. It just creates these sub pages automatically. So what do I mean by that? Well, in WordPress, this is where your posts are saved. So let's open one. The content is here. Here we can see the image. The categories are managed over here. But then if you go to the actual post, it's using that beautiful post template. This website is of course also responsive for tablet and mobile. It scales beautifully, and on mobile it wraps. And it's also quite fast because we build it in a proper way, which is of course very good for Google. So how are we going to do all of this? Well, first I will share all of the images that I use on this website. So if you don't have images yet for your own blog, you can just use mine. We're going to divide it up in 10 steps so that you can do it in parts if you want. I have prepared a resources page for you with all of the links that you need. And so all you need is a little bit of time and dedication. And then once we're done with the blog, I have 2 bonus parts. The first one is installing analytics and SEO. So your website can get visitors and you can analyze how many people visit it. And email marketing, because adding a newsletter to your website is very smart because not everybody always knows that there's a new article. So this is basically free marketing for your blog. So if this approach sounds good to you, then let's do it together. I always think it's a smart idea to first get an understanding of what we're building before we're gonna dive in. And so that's what the first step is about, understanding the structure. Make sure to open this link. You can find it in the video description. Okay, so once you reach the resources page, you can see all of the steps here that we're gonna walk through, and we're gonna start with the first one, understanding the structure. So click on the structure link and that will bring you to my explainer file. This is just a Figma file just for explanation. You don't have to have Figma. Please don't ask to edit. This is just for me to visualize what we're gonna build. So you don't even have to open this link. You can just watch me walk through it. Okay, so what is this file? This is basically a visualization of the website. And as you can see, it's only 3 pages. Yes, and that's because a blog is very interconnected. You're not gonna create a new page for every single blog post because that would make your website very slow. And if you ever wanna change the design in the future, then you have to open 100 pages, which you don't want. So you want one template for all of your blog posts. So that is called the single post template. And it basically looks a little bit like this. The yellow parts are actually not part of this page because they are loaded in from WordPress. So what I mean by that is that your actual blog posts are saved in WordPress like this. So let's open one. This is what your blog post can look like. So this is just the text, the image and the category. But this is of course not the design. So this template is then being used for all of your blog posts. And then if you scroll down, you can see related blog posts over here. So let's take this example again. The category of this blog post is wellness. You should categorize your blog post to make it easy for people to find stuff. And of course, it would be nice if people can actually see which blog posts are related to the blog post they are already reading, because there's a high chance they are going to be interested in the same subject, right? And so these blog posts right here, they are just loaded in from WordPress posts that have the same category. That is it. And the purple line over here just represents that this is also a template, a designed template, which we're going to design once, and then we're going to ask Elementor to repeat it here in 3 posts. So this is how we're going to make it very smart. And we can see that here for the footer as well. Since the footer is being used on all of the pages, we're going to save it once and then use it on all of the pages. Same for the menu. It's called a header template. Okay, and same for the sidebar. The sidebar is not only used for the blog post page, but also for the archive page. So we're going to save this sidebar once and then load it in on both pages. That's why this one also has a purple outline. Okay, so then the archive page, that is just a list of blog posts that people can click on to go to the actual content of the blog post. And here again, we design one of these blocks, and then we're going to ask Elementor to repeat these blocks in a grid. And then the sidebar also has some posts and some categories, which are of course also smart. So you can see how everything is interlinked, and this makes it possible to have a blog with 1,000 blog posts and 100 categories. And if you ever want to change the design, you only have to go into this template or this template, and then it will update all of your blog posts and category pages, your archive page, which keeps your website fast, and of course it's very nice for yourself. So you can basically stop here, but most people want a custom homepage, something that looks a little bit more interesting. So we do have one page which is separate, where we have a big slider at the top, maybe some favorite or featured post over here, because most people don't want to send their viewers to just the post. On your homepage, you can add anything on top of it, which introduces your blog or whatever you want to do here. You don't have to follow this. You can also just paste a big image over here, an introduction text, whatever you want, okay? So I hope that this gave some clarity on what we're going to build. If you understand this part, you literally understand all of the difficulty for the whole blog. It's not going to get more complex than this. The rest of the 9 steps, which we're going to walk through right now, is just making sure that all of these things are basically connected and everything works. So yeah, that was step 1. Let's now go to step 2. All right, in step 2, we're going to make a plan for the styling of our website with a website style kit. So you can click on website style kit, and then you will go to this website where you can generate a color palette. And it's very easy. The only thing you have to do is just drag these sliders to whatever you want. I am going to create a blog that's related to health, right? So I want to go with something, I don't know, a little bit green like this. Some colors are way too saturated, so then you should move the slider and maybe also the lightness. You can play around with these numbers until you're ready. If you like soft colors, then make sure the saturation is low. So yeah, I think I want to go for something like this that looks soft, like looks like nature tones. So it generates these light colors and dark colors, which we will soon need for typography. I don't know if we're gonna have like a dark top like this. I think I want to go for a light theme with this website. So you can preview the light mode right here. You can also go for dark mode if you like dark mode, but I think for blogs, light is nice. So yeah, you can see what colors are used. For headings, it's always smarter to have it a little bit darker than for body fonts. And then your buttons should of course be bright, but it really depends. For this project, I've chosen to use these outline buttons, which attract a little bit less attention. Actually, here in the button overview, you can also just make them fully rounded or fully squared. If you want to go more for like a rough style. Yeah, I'm gonna pick the full style here, and typography. You can preview it here. You can just play around with it to try something different. This doesn't really influence what we're gonna do soon. It's just to get an idea for what kind of style you want. I want to go for something really modern for this blog. I don't know yet. It's just fun to play around here. But what we do need soon is the colors over here. So I'm just going to keep this link open so that soon we can copy these color codes and put them in Elementor. Because again, we need colors for typography and for backgrounds. So yeah, that's basically it for this step. We just generated some colors which we can use later. Okay, let's now move to step number 3. In step number 3, we're going to install WordPress via Hostinger. So you can just open Hostinger from this link. And this is a website where you can buy hosting and then WordPress is installed for free. So if you scroll down, then you will see the pricing. And it says over here, recommended by WordPress.org. And WordPress.org is actually the platform that we're going to use, okay? And this is different from WordPress.com. If you didn't know this, WordPress.com is a hosting company. Yes, they do also install WordPress for you, but it's actually a limited version. You have to go to a higher plan in order to get all of the features. I find this very confusing. I don't like the way that they did this with these domains, but WordPress itself is free. You don't have to pay for it. What you do have to pay for is hosting to make sure your website stays live, but you don't have to pay for WordPress itself. So I would avoid WordPress.com. You don't even have to go to WordPress.org because WordPress.org is installed if you buy hosting from a hosting company like Hostinger. Hostinger has become one of the most popular hosting companies in the last few years because their balance between pricing and features is very nice. They're very modern, and they're now even recommended by WordPress.org themselves. So you can be assured that this is a good company. And as you can see, even on their smallest plan, you can run 25 websites. I wouldn't recommend running 25 websites on this plan, especially not if you're getting quite a bit of traffic, but they do give you so much for a low price. So yeah, what you basically need to do is decide on a package, and then they have an automatic WordPress installer. It's very easy. So to simplify these plans, basically the higher you go, the faster your website is and the more storage you get. But for most blogs, you don't need that much storage. You get 25 gigabytes here. That is more than enough to start. You can probably go a few years with this if you don't do anything crazy. But if you really care about speed, then you should go up to higher plans. I am personally on the Cloud Startup plan, but I manage many websites for many clients. So it depends, of course, on your situation. With every plan, you get a free domain, which is great for 1 year. So you also don't have to worry about that. So if this is your first blog, you're just experimenting, then go for the premium plan. If you want to take this serious with the blog, then I would say pick the business plan. For this tutorial, let's just pick the premium plan. And here you will see the massive discount that they give you for the first 48 months. So that's 4 years. But 4 years, of course, is quite a long time. So if you're not really sure if you want to do this for a long time, then you can also pick the 12 months. Which brings the total to a lower number. And I even have a coupon code to make it even lower. So if you go in here and type in Living with Pixels, my website name, and I got this discount code because I am an affiliate for Hostinger. So if you make a purchase via my discount code, then I do get a small commission. Thank you so much. And apply it, it will even give you 10% more off. So now you literally have a website for a full year, including domain, for 43 bucks. That is a great deal if you ask me. But for this price, it does renew at $10.99 after a year. So if you want to get a better deal, then you should extend it to 48 months. Which then, with my discount code, only comes down to $269 per month for 4 years. So then the price goes up after 4 years. So yeah, it really depends on your situation. But the best deal obviously is 48 months, but then you have to pay $129 today. So for me, this is just a tutorial, so I'm gonna put it at 12 months. The discount is still here. So that's all good. You can see that you don't pay anything for the setup. Back in the day, many hosting companies charged for this. Domain name, of course, as well. And also domain privacy protection. It says 0 here, but I know for sure that many hosting companies charge extra for this. Yeah, so again, you're getting a great deal with this package. So make a decision here for how long you want it. Don't forget the coupon code and then click on continue. Don't forget to fill in your tax number if you have one. And the payment methods that are showing over here can be different depending on where you live. Hostinger has so many payment methods, a lot more than most other hosting companies, even crypto, which is really cool. So just pick one over here and then make the payment. Okay, so now I've paid. They're going to ask you some questions. It's going to be really simple. This is also something I like about Hostinger. They don't throw you in a difficult interface. They just ask you some questions and then you can get started with WordPress. So myself or my business, it's my blog. I'm going to create a website. We're going to start ourselves. We're going to use WordPress. And then it's going to ask you to create a login for your WordPress account. So this is not the same login as your Hostinger account. This is going to be the login for your website. So I would suggest to use a different password over here. And the email can be the same as your Hostinger account, by the way. Just make sure to have a different password. That's all. They will try to sell you some templates here, but you can just click on create a blank site. And then here you can buy a domain name. As I said, this is free for the first year, but if you don't know a name yet for your website, you can also skip it and use a temporary domain. So if you have no idea what you have to pick here, then I would suggest to just pick your own name. So in my case, that's renodeboer.com. That one is already used because I bought that one myself, but I'm just telling you this because you don't want anybody else to have your first and last name.com, and you can always link another website to that domain. But this is the moment where you can claim that domain name. So if you already have a name in mind, then put that in over here. For me, this is just a tutorial, so I'm gonna go with the temporary domain. And then you have to choose a location. I am right now in Indonesia, but don't pick the location here where you are. Pick the location here where you think your visitors, your target audience is, because you're making your websites for other people, right? So if your audience is worldwide, then yeah, you can just better pick something in Europe, somewhere in the middle. So for example, let's pick Germany. It looks like their data center is good for the environment, which is always nice. And yeah, then you can just click on install WordPress, and now it's just gonna do all of the work for you. Hostinger, as you can see, makes this process super easy. Back in the day, we had to install things ourselves, but now we just have to wait. Okay, it is done. That only took like 1 minute, and we're now inside of WordPress. So this is not Hostinger, this is already WordPress, we're already done. If you want to check out Hostinger, then you can click on go to HPanel, and then you will go to your Hostinger panel where you can see what Hostinger offers. But this is not a hosting video, we just want to make a blog, so we don't have to worry about this. But this is the place where you can connect your domain. If you have used that option like I have, which is a temporary domain. So now our website is on this random domain, which later you want to change, which you do of course want to change to something that looks better. And then from here you can always go back to WordPress by clicking on the WordPress admin, and then it will log you in. Okay, so that was everything for step 3. Pretty easy, as you can see with Hostinger. We can now start setting up WordPress. Let's now go to the next step, setting up WordPress and Elementor. Okay, in step 4, we have to set up some things in WordPress so that we can get started in Elementor. And I also want to install some dummy content so we have some fake blog posts to work with. Okay, so let's just start with the first one, clean up the dashboard, post and plugins. So as I said before, Hostinger installs a few plugins that want to help you to set up your website. They also offer tutorials, which is great, but I'd rather start with a clean WordPress install. So I'm just gonna go to plugins over here, and this is what they install. We don't need it, so I'm just gonna select all of them, and then I'm just gonna deactivate them. You first have to deactivate plugins before you can delete them. So now I'm gonna select all of them, except Lightspeed, cache, and then bulk actions delete, apply. And then it says, are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Now it will delete all of them. I'm keeping Lightspeed cache because this is a useful plugin for if you're done with developing your website, then I would recommend to turn this on because that will speed up your website. But if you're developing, then having this one on can cause issues because it can show older versions of your website. And then sometimes your Elementor doesn't look the same as the actual website. So I recommend to turn all of them off and only keep Lightspeed. So now if I refresh with Command or Control R, you can see that we only have this one, but it's not activated. Okay, what else is on this website? Let's see. The post, which is the place where our blog posts are going to be. Well, WordPress always has one blog post, but we can delete that. So I'm just going to click on trash. Media, let's see if there are any photos. There's nothing in here, so that's great. Let's see if there are any themes installed. Yes, okay, so there are 3 themes installed. But the one we need for Elementor to work perfectly is the one from Elementor. So WordPress actually works with themes in the background. This is a complex story. You don't have to understand this for now, but just install Hello Elementor. That's the one that works well with Elementor. And that allows you then to create your header and your footer all with Elementor. So just activate that. So these are the alternative ways to build websites, which I mentioned in the intro. That's not what we're going to do in this tutorial because we want to use Elementor Pro. Maybe I'm going to do a future tutorial on this. For now, I'm just going to delete these themes because the cleaner we can start, the better, in my opinion. So let's quickly go back to our steps. Dashboard, post and plugin. Okay, we deleted the post plugins and we installed the Hello theme, but we haven't cleaned up the dashboard. So WordPress does a little bit of an annoying thing where on the dashboard over here, they put all kinds of stuff here, stuff that you don't really need. So first of all, you can delete this box by just dismiss it. And then in screen options over here, you can also turn off all of these boxes, as you can see, like that. And the only thing that I would add here is an analytics plugin, which we're going to install later. But yeah, the dashboard itself, you're not going to spend a lot of time here. When you log in, you just land here, you see your analytics, and that's it. And as you can see, Elementor really wants us to install Elementor. It's showing up on every page now. And that's of course understandable because we want to use Elementor and we have just installed their theme. So they're asking you to install Elementor. So we're just going to click on that button. And then they will ask you all kinds of questions which you don't need to do. You can just skip it because otherwise they're going to install all kinds of things. You know what? I'm just going to click on the X over here. I don't even want to go to the builder right now. So now Elementor also puts one box over here, which I also don't like. So close this and also just remove the Elementor overview. There we go. The dashboard is empty. We don't have to worry about it now. What we have to do now is install Elementor Pro. So we have already installed Elementor free. You can see that if you go to plugins. You can see that Elementor is now installed. But we don't have Elementor Pro yet. Again, Elementor Pro allows you to actually make your blog single post template, your archive template, and add anything you want to the homepage, add extra pages, add a web shop, whatever you want. So we need Elementor Pro, and when you go to this link, you first see my face, but then you scroll down, and then you're gonna click on Elementor Website Builder. They also, Elementor themselves also offers hosting. But we already bought hosting for Hostinger. You can see the differences here. The price is quite a difference. So you need to go to Elementor Website Builder, and here you can see the pricing of the actual Elementor Pro plugin. Okay, so this is an add-on on top of Elementor that gives you everything you need. For a normal WordPress blog, you don't need anything more than the essential plan. That's why I said in the intro of this video that this website is around $8 per month, because this one is $5 per month and the hosting from Hostinger was $3 a month. So the total comes down to $8 a month. But as you can see, they don't allow you to pay per month. So you have to pay per year. There's no other way around it. The only thing you have to choose here is if you want the essential plan, if you just want the blog. But if you want more stuff, you already know that this is not just going to be a blog website for you, but you also want a web shop in the future. You want to add pop-ups to your website. You want to add dynamic content with custom post types. Then you should go for the advanced solo. But for a blog and a few extra pages, the essential plan is more than enough. So I'm going to purchase this one. I am also an affiliate for Elementor, but I don't have a discount code, unfortunately. I never had, so this is the best price that you can get. So once you have purchased, then you will go to my.elementor.com. And then over here on the top, you can download the Elementor Pro plugin. Okay, that's a file. You need to download it. You cannot find it on WordPress because it's a Pro plugin. So you need to download it on your computer. Okay, so make sure that it's downloaded. It's in your download folder. Then you go back to WordPress. You click add a plugin. Normally we would search it here, but since this is a paid plugin, we go to upload and then you select that zip file that you just downloaded. So now Elementor Pro is installed. You can just click on activate and you do have to connect it to your account. It does not work automatically because you just uploaded the zip. A zip you can send to anyone, right? So Elementor needs to know that you are the owner of this license. So you have to click on connect and activate and then make sure to log in and click on connect and activate. Okay, now my account is connected. As you can see, that's what you want to see here in license. Okay, let's go back to our steps. We can do two more things. Let's do that. So the first thing I want to show you is that by default inside of your posts, if you make a new blog post, it will show you the new Gutenberg editor. This is a new way to create blog posts with blocks like this. And it works a little bit different than the old editor. I think at this point, Gutenberg is good enough to use it. So you can absolutely just write your blog post like this and then add images like this. There are more options here because there's even columns and tables. And this was not possible before. So feel free to just use the editor like this. But I know some people don't like this experience where you don't see any input boxes. So there's two things that you can do. First is you can go in here and you can disable the full screen mode, which then actually turns back the left bar. That is already a little bit nicer. But if you really don't like this new editing experience, then you can go to plugin, add new plugin. Okay. And then under popular over here, it says classic editor. If you don't see it here, just search for it. But if you install this one and activate it, then you will get the old school editor for posts. So let's try to edit a blog post again. This is the old school editor. Okay, so blog post 1, here's your title. It is a little bit more simple to understand. This is just your blog post content and here is your title. The design options here are limited, but some people really like this old editing experience. This is more like how Microsoft Word does it. So, and you can always switch back, but this is easier, okay? Because everything is in boxes, as you can see, but you are more limited in terms of design. So for now, I am going to disable this plugin again. I just wanted to show you that you can do that. You can always go back. So I'm just going to leave this plugin here for now. It's a super small plugin, doesn't make your website slow. Okay, and then one more thing that I want to prepare before we get started in Elementor is that I want to have some posts in here, because right now we don't have any posts in here. I mean, our fake blog post 1, which I'm going to trash, but I have prepared some blog posts for you that you can import. So if you go to tools and then import, so you can just install the default WordPress importer. So once you've installed it, click run the importer, and then you should upload a file that I have shared with you. Okay, so in here, dummy content download. So if you go to that link, you will see some of the files here. And in here, there's this file, which you can download now separately, or you can download this whole folder already if you want to. But right now we need this file. You can't really see the name right here, but if you put it in list view, then you can see it. It's an XML file. And these are the dummy posts I want to use right now. So let's click on download. You don't have to make an account. You can just click on continue with download only. Okay, there the file is on my computer. Let's go back and we're gonna just import these fake dummy posts. So I'm gonna select that XML file. I'm gonna click on open, upload file and import. And then you have to select a user which you wanna connect these blog posts to, because every blog post is connected to one offer. So you can choose here to make a fake offer so that you know which blog posts are real and which one are fake. It's actually not a bad idea. So let's just call this one Peter. Okay, so Peter is not us, which makes it easier later to find which blog posts we should delete. We just need some blog posts to test some stuff with. Make sure that this one is selected, download and import file attachments, because there are images in there. And then click on submit. And then once it's done, you can go to post. And now we should see some dummy blog post, all made by the user Peter. So if you go to users, now you should see your own user. In my case, that's my email. And we see Peter. So if you make a blog post right now, then it will be connected to you. So that's why I did this. It's just easier to find the ones you want to delete later. Okay. I think we are done for step 4. We installed Elementor, the theme, we cleaned it up. Yes, everything is ready now for us to get started with Elementor. We're gonna start the post page. So again, that is the template for all of our blog posts. Finally, we can get started with Elementor. Let's go to step 5. In step number 5, we are going to create the post page. But as I said before, it's not really a page. It's more like a template that is being used for all of the blog posts. And so this means that we are not gonna go in here in pages and create a page right here. We are going to create a template. So you're gonna go into template and then the theme builder. Remember, we installed a theme, the hello theme, but in the theme builder, you're actually gonna set up these templates. You can already see all kinds of previews over here. Elementor made it really easy, and what we need right now is the single posts because we need a template for our posts. So just click on the plus over here and then it will show you some templates, but these templates are a little bit harder to adjust. I have a template for you that's easier to work with, so you can just close this window, close whatever they show you right here. And then right here, you can start building. So you can build it yourself if you want by going to plus and then Flexbox and then doing all kinds of stuff here yourself. Or if you're lazy like me, you can just copy and import a template, but a template that still gives you full design freedom. So what you need to do now is go back to the steps, and then in 2, it says copy layout from copy sections. If you go to copysection.com, this is a website where you can copy and paste sections into Elementor. So let's first filter for Elementor here on the left, and then let's filter again for blog. And then we can see something here that looks a lot like what we want. Okay, so this is a very simple one. It already has a title, an image, category, and some text. So we're just gonna go and click on copy over here. Now let's go back to our template and right click and then paste from other side. I'm on a Mac, so I'm gonna click Command V. If you're on a Windows, it's probably Control V. So after you've done that, it automatically shows one of the titles here for the blog post. It also has connected the date that this blog post was published and the category. It says blog over here. If you want to make sure that you're loading in the content from the blog, you have to go to single post settings, this gear icon over here. Then go to preview, and then over here, make sure post is selected. And then let's try to find a blog post. So we have one for detox. I'm going to click on apply and preview, and that will just make sure that it's using all of the content from one blog post. And now you can see that it actually loads in more stuff. The featured image gets loaded in, and we can see a title and some actual blog content right here. We can also see the wellness category coming through, the date. So this works, which is great. So again, we're not making a page for every blog post. This is just previewing what a blog post page could look like. And we, of course, need some kind of blog post to preview it. And so that's what we just did in the preview settings over here, okay? So if you, for example, click on your heading, you can see that it's automatically linked to the post title. So yeah, that means that the content is coming through. Also over here, there's a special widget for it. And in here, we can see the dates coming through, and the terms, categories are part of terms. So this is already set up perfectly. It doesn't exactly look the way we want. We're gonna, of course, work on that. The image is linked to the featured image, which is perfect. And so yeah, that's basically it. So now we can go to conditions, because before we style everything, I want to make sure that it actually works. So I'm just going to click on publish over here, and then Elementor will ask, like, where do you want to use this template? Well, we want to use this template for our blog posts. So posts right here. So then it will use it for all of the posts, not everything, because then it will also use it for some pages. We just want to use this for blog post. So post all, that's it. Just click save and close. And now we can actually go to WordPress. So let's click on preview over here, and let's see. Okay, this is how it looks on the front. That looks great. So what if we go back to our post and just try another post, okay, to see if this all works, if the conditions are set up. So let's try this blog post. I'm going to click on view. Now you can see that new data is being pulled, different title, different content. If you click on edit the post, then you can actually edit the content, right? So this is where the content lives, and the image and the category, it's connected to the nutrition category. So it all works. Our theme builder works, which is great. So now we can go to styling. Let's make sure that our typography, our colors, our corners look a little bit better. So let's go back to our theme builder again. And now we see our single post template over here. Just click on it and then click on edit. So this is the moment where you decide things about the styling. I am going to try to get my blog to look like this, which is a very modern style. But like I said in the intro, if you want a fashion blog like this, then you can make other decisions here. You can move stuff around, you can choose different colors, different typography. Here's one more example for a travel blog. So here you can see how a single post template might look like if you choose other colors, other typography, but the structure is always the same. There's an image, there's some category, a title, and then the content. We're not going to worry about the sidebar for now. We're just going to focus on getting this left bar looking great. So let's start styling it a little bit. So in my particular design, I have these nice rounded corners in here. So how you can do that is go to your featured image, go to style, and then over here, border radius. So I can, for example, put 16 on it, or I don't know, maybe even more, 20. Let's now tackle the colors. So you can see in my design that we have this dark green, which we already made with the website. And then we have some dark green colors. So now we're going to need that website, that palette generator. Okay, let's first make sure that we have the dark one for our headings. So I'm now just going to copy this code, because this one's used for the headings, as you can see. And you can go into this heading and actually change the color in here, but that's not a smart way to do it, because as you can see, the text color is connected to the primary. So it's better to change it for all of your headings at once. So if you click on this little globe and then click on Manage Global Colors, you will go into the site settings, okay? And then the primary is the color that's being used for all of your headings. So if you open this and then paste that code that we just copied from the website, now you will see that that color is being used for the primary. We also want to grab a color, dark 2, for the body text. So here, body text, we're using dark 2 for that. So let's go back, and then text, that is the one being used for text. Normal text, so we're just going to put in that color. It looks quite colorful, but you will see that it actually starts to look nice. And then our accent is for buttons, etc. So for me, I'm just going to copy this color. You can also pick the dark one. It doesn't really matter. I just want to make sure that I delete the default ones. Okay, there we go. So now everything should look a little bit better. Let's just uncheck this and see if it already made a change. Yes, as you can see, it already made a change. I just feel like with this green for the text that it is a little bit too saturated. So for the text, I'm going to drag it a little bit more towards gray. And maybe also for the headings, just a little bit more. Sometimes you also just need to use your own eyes. And then on the color palette website, we can also use a light color. I would recommend to at least add one light color. In here, this one is just white, which is always nice to add to your website. Sometimes you just need something that's white. So I'm just going to add more colors in here. I'm going to open this panel, put in the white, and then just give it a name. I'm just going to call that light 1. Okay. And then I'm also going to copy light 2, and then just also add that color in here. Light 2, make sure to put in that color. So now we have a soft green color and a white color, which we can then use in different places. So let me show you. What you can do is go back one step and then go to background, and then you can pick that color as your main background color. So let's try it. Ooh, that's very heavy, as you can see. This is a little bit too much. Maybe you like it. I think this is too much. So I'm just gonna put it on light 1. This is pure white, but you can of course also change that if you want a really soft background. I know many people like that. So let's go back to our colors. Let's change our light 1 a little bit. I want it to be like this one, but then just a little bit lighter. So let's try to change it like that, and then just make it a little bit lighter. Okay. And now when I exit this, the website background should have a light background, but not completely white. I think that looks quite nice. And the beauty about using these global colors is that you can connect everything to these global colors. And then once you change these colors, then everywhere where that's being used on the website will also change. So this is just the smartest way to work. Let's now also change our typography itself. Make sure we're on the heading, and then for typography, we're gonna do the same. We're gonna go to Manage Global Fonts. And then the primary one, we're gonna change that to another font. In this case, I am going to use Manrope. All right, now that changes, that is great. And also, by the way, for my normal text, I'm also gonna use Manrope. And that will then update the whole website. Manrope is a very modern font, as you can see. But yeah, this is the moment where you should pick your font. All of the fonts in this list are Google fonts. So if you don't know yet what font you should choose, search for Google font on Google. And then right here, you can filter through all kinds of styles. So if you want something more classy, then you can go to old style, for example. That is classy, or transitional, or Scotch. Or modern. Those are the more classy ones. There's all kinds of styles here. It's very easy to find. And then the only thing you have to do is just remember the font name, then go back to your Elementor and search it in here. Okay. And now the sizes, the actual sizes of the font, you can also change that if you go one step back and then typography. And then in here, H1 to H6 is where you change the size. And so this title is an H1. So you can, if you want, change the size over here. Let's say that you want to make it bigger. This is also the place, by the way, where you set that up for other devices. So for example, on a tablet, you may find that that's a little bit too big. So you can change it to a smaller number. And then on mobile, you can change it to something that's even smaller. Another thing you can change here is the line height. Okay, so you can use this slider to make sure that it has more line height. Also, always make sure to check all of the different devices so that it all looks good. I'm just going to put it on 1.2 EM for everything. And for a blog, an H1 is always an H1. You don't really have to worry about it, but you can change everything right here if you feel like some fonts are too big or too small on a desktop, tablet, and mobile. Okay, I'm just gonna make my font super big on a desktop because I think that's kind of cool. That looks very modern. But again, this really depends on your style. Okay, I'm gonna save the changes. And then I wanna go back and check one more thing. Inside of the global fonts, also make sure that your accent is set up. I forgot this, but that will influence some of the smaller things like buttons. The secondary, you don't really have to set up. That's only if you want to have 2 fonts on your website. But for a blog, you don't really need that. Okay, so that's literally all we need to do. Let's exit here. And let's check our work on the front end. So I'm going to click on Publish. I'm going to preview the changes. And there we go. That looks better. The background is not pure white anymore. It looks okay. It's a little bit busy here, but that's because of the fake blog post, the dummy blog post. You can, of course, change the content, add more spaces, etc. That doesn't really matter. All you have to care about right now is if the fonts look good and the colors. I want to do one more thing, and that is connect this category to different colors. So inside of the Style tab, inside of this widget, you can change the color here. By default, it's secondary, but I want to change that to the accent. And also for the icon, I think that's a nice touch. If you don't like it, you can of course add more colors. Just go to Manage Global Colors or change your secondary color and choose that one. You're completely free to add more colors. I would recommend though to keep your palette small because that makes working with it easy. And now that I'm seeing the result, I'm like, this is actually a little bit too light for my taste. So you know what? Let's change it back to secondary and then let's just change the secondary color. And let's do that with the primary dark because we haven't used that one. So that's just what I'm gonna do. I'm sorry that I changed my mind here, but I think that's fine. I'm just showing you the real process of how this works. So global colors, secondary, let's change that to the dark. Yeah, that looks better. And so what's often the case is that the primary color is great for buttons. And then this one is nice for links or smaller things like category tags. And it always depends because not all colors act the same. But for these smaller things, I think a little bit darker is nicer. Okay, let's go back to our steps to see where we are. So we did all of this. Let's now quickly check our responsiveness and then we're gonna add related post. The sidebar will come a lot later in step 9. So we're just gonna make sure that things look good from desktop to mobile. So let's go to our website and let's go to one of our posts. So I'm just gonna exit to WordPress to open one real post right now. So we're gonna go to posts. And then let's do this one, why morning runs might sabotage your weight loss. Okay, so now we're not on a preview link anymore, we're actually on this page. So what you can do now is just grab your browser window and just start making it smaller. And you will see that now our image is almost touching the side, which I don't like. It's way too narrow right now. There's not enough space. And then once we hit the breaking point for tablet, oh, it still keeps like this, which I don't like. So we need to make some changes to it to make sure that there's a little bit more space left and right. So I'm gonna open this template one more time. You can just do that quickly by going here. And here you can see single posts, which makes it easier than going back to WordPress and then theme builder. So now we're here. The editor is having loading issues. This happens sometimes. So if it keeps spinning, then just give it a refresh. So now here at the top, if we go from desktop to tablet, then we can see that the space is very small. And you could go into your container right here and then start messing around with the padding, but that's not a smart way to do it because we're gonna have this problem on the whole website. Every page has this problem that the content touches the site. So it's better to do that on a global level. So I want to go back to the site settings again, because this is the place where we can manage things globally. If you go to layout, then over here, you can change the width for all of the pages on a tablet. So you can just make this one a lot smaller like this. But not all tablets are the same size. Some tablets are bigger than others. So it's better here to switch to percentages. So if you put this one on 90%, then it doesn't matter how big or small the tablet is, it will always stay 90%. So let's also do that on mobile. So here it also turns back to pixels. We want to turn this one into percentages. And then let's also put 90% right here. Okay, that looks great. So we can test it right now. Let's quickly do that because I want to show you one more trick. Okay, so we're gonna click on preview the changes. All right, and now let's grab our window again and let's start scaling it down. And now it's still almost touching the sides. I'm not happy with that. But once we hit the tablet breakpoint here, now it turns to that 90% and that will stay all the way down to mobile, which is perfect. As you can see, things look good over here, but there is this part in the middle where it's just too close. So I don't like this kind of stuff. This is why I like Elementor. We have a lot of controls here. So let's fix it. I still have my tab open right here. So we actually need one more extra breakpoint in here. Here you can add more breakpoints, but this also adds complexity. So an easy trick to fix this is to just change the breakpoint for tablet to a bigger number. So the breakpoint for laptop is actually 1366. So if you save the changes, then go back to that post again and refresh. So now if we start scaling down, we should have that 90% kick in. You see, a lot earlier. Now it already kicks in here, and now it stays all the way down to mobile. So you don't have to set up all of these different breakpoints and percentages. If you just increase the tablet to a bigger number, then it works all the way from desktop to mobile. You see, perfectly smooth, very nice. So now the last step is to create some related posts for the post page. So let's also do that. I want to scroll down and wait, we're still in the site settings. So let's exit this one. We need to make sure that we're in the single post template, okay? And then here at the bottom, we can add some more stuff, okay? So the first thing I want to do is add another container, a flex box, where we can put this in. Because in the future, we're going to use this top container for the sidebar as well. So for now, I'm just going to select a vertical one. And then I'm going to go in here and add a heading. Okay, and this heading will say related articles, or just related, whatever you want. I would keep it on an H2 if I were you, because that's better for SEO. The title here at the top, that's an H1. So this is an H2, but if you want to make it a little bit bigger for this exception only, then you can go in here and then increase its size. But that's not best practice, but I am showing you sometimes you can cheat a little bit if you want. Okay, so now we need to show a row of related posts. We want to have something like this, right? So how are we going to achieve this? Well, we need the loop grid widget for that. This is a very, very powerful widget because you can load in anything here. So it gives you this. You need to do one more step, and that is create a template which then can load in those posts. So remember, we're going to create one of them and then these two just repeat. Okay, so that's what we're doing right here. We're going to create a template, and then it says, do you want to save the stuff from your single post template? Because we're now going to go into another page technically, because we're inside of this little template right here. Okay, and now we can go back to that copy section website and then just copy one of the templates that I've already prepared for you. So just copy it from here. And then go in here and right click, paste from other side, Command or Control V. And then it should automatically adapt. Yes, as you can see, it automatically uses the colors and the typography that we have already set up. Perfect. The only thing that's not connected is this one. You could link it to the post excerpt here, but in our design, we want to keep things simple. We just have the title, the date, and then the category, and then a button. So I don't really need this right now. We have the date, and then the title, and then a button, but we don't have the category. So let's also add that. Oh, it is already in here, the terms and category, but we cannot really see a preview here. And in my experience, it doesn't always work if you're inside of a single post template, editing a template. It doesn't always load in the content correctly. So we can try. We can go in here again and then preview settings and then load in a post. Maybe it will work. So let's try this one. Okay, it did load in the title, but not the image. Oh, maybe because it's not connected. Let's also connect our image to the featured image. Maybe now it is gonna work. Oh yes, okay, it did work. Sometimes it doesn't work in here, but now it does. So perfect. Yeah, let's try to style it a little bit so it starts to look like this. First thing I wanna do is make sure to go into style. And then I wanna add that same border radius, so 20. And then another thing that I see is that the icons here are different. They're outline and they're also a different color. So let's go in here and the style, the icon first, I'm gonna connect it to my secondary color. That looks better. And the text, I think that's already connected. Yes, perfect. And now I just wanna change the icons So you can change the icon actually over here. If you go to custom, then open the icon library, and then you can just look for calendar in here. And here we can see an outline one, which looks a little bit cleaner. There you go. And you can do the same for the category. So let's go to custom. You can also upload your own icons if you want to, but Elementor has enough good icons. Or do we? It's a little bit hard to find things here. So for now, I'm just going to use the bookmark, which kind of works as well. But you can go to any icon website and then find an icon, download it as an SVG, and then upload it right here if you want. Okay, that looks good. We do see in our design that we have this little line. We can add that if we turn on the divider. You see, now it adds a little line, which you can give a different color if you want to, like that. But don't make that one too dark. Okay, that looks great. Our button doesn't look great yet. So let's also change our button style. If you want to use transparent buttons, then Elementor sometimes gives issues if you want to do it via the site settings. So for now, I'm just going to edit it right here. That's fine. The border radius, let's increase that. Let's make the background color transparent so we don't see anything. The text color should be, what should we do? Primary, or are we going to use secondary? We need to make sure that we can actually see the border. So we need to put it on solid. Then 1 or 2 pixels will be fine. Let's try 1. That's a little bit more minimal. And then the actual border color, we want that to be secondary. There you go. Now we have that clean look. The image is still too tall, so I'm going to select the image and then make sure that the height is not 460 pixels, but what about 260? Yes, that looks better. Make sure the object fit is uncovered so that it crops your image perfectly. Okay, so now we're done here. We're going to click on publish and then save and back. And now it should display a grid of posts. Let's scroll down. There you go. So now we have created one of these templates and Elementor knows that we want to create a grid because we have used the loop grid. Now we should just tell it how we want to design it. So how many items do we want here at the bottom of the page? 6 is too much, so let's put it on 3. So we have one nice row. If you want to make it more fancy, by the way, then you can also use the loop carousel. So if you want to turn it into a slider that looks like this with animations. For now, I'm just going to keep it simple. Like this. The only thing that I don't like is that our button here is not touching the bottom if the title is bigger. So there's one thing that I'm going to change. I'm going to go back into that template, save and leave. And I'm going to make sure that the title here grows so that it pushes the button down. Okay, so go inside of advanced and then the size is going to be on grow. And now this container, since it's in vertical, it should push the text down. You probably cannot see that in this preview. So let's see what happens when I click save and back. And that didn't work, unfortunately. But we do have a setting in there to do equal height. Oh, there we go. Okay, now it pushes the button down, which would probably not have happened if I didn't put that title on grow, okay? Because then it would probably only make this whole block bigger, but not push the button down. So I did the right thing here, which is great. I am not liking the spacing between the lines here. I think that doesn't really work. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just quickly going to click on publish and do a few more things here in the site settings. So let's go to typography, and then I think it's an H2 that's being used there. Let's try to mess around with this one. Okay, it's not an H2. What is it then? Maybe it's an H3. Yeah, it is an H3. So let's not mess around with the size, but only with the line height. And then you can again just use EM or change it to percentages. That's easier to work with, I feel like. If you put it on a 120% or maybe 130, that looks a little bit better than the cramped version it was. Let's go back to what it was. Okay, this is what it was. This is what it is now. That's a little bit better. What about 125? Yeah, that looks better. This is a clean look. I'm happy with this. But there's one thing that I also see which we should fix, is that this image is not aligned to the R. Do you see that? It has a little bit of padding, and that is because by default Elementor adds that to the website to make sure that you don't get lost, but that makes it really hard to align your design. And so it's better to then go into layout and just put the container padding on 0 by just unlinking it here, and now it's perfectly aligned. So now there's one thing to do left, and that's add some spacing. So I'm gonna go back to the actual template and go to my actual background container. I'm gonna go to padding and then unlink this, and then I'm gonna switch from pixels to rem. That's better for accessibility, and it's also easier to work with because you can use with small numbers. I'm gonna put 5 and 5 on the top and the bottom, and now it adds some space here on the top and the bottom. And I also want to do that for our big first container, because this one is almost touching the top here. In our design, there is some healthy space here at the top. So I also want to add some space there. So let's unlink this and then go to rem and then also add some space here at the top. Maybe not that much, maybe 3. Yeah, that would work well. And here at the bottom, let's see, 3. Okay. So now I'm creating some inconsistency, which I don't want. So you know what? I'm just going to put 4 and 4 on this one and also 4 and 4 on this one. There we go. That works well. Okay, let's test it. Let's see if we did everything right. We're going to publish this, and then we're going to go to one of the blog posts. Let's see if we still have one. Okay, we have this one. Let's refresh. Yes. It looks great. If you scroll down, related articles, but are these articles related? Did we do the right thing? Wellness, no, recipes. We did something wrong here. We have not set up the actual articles to be related. That's not good. So what we should do is go into the loop grid and then go into the query. I forgot this. It's actually part of the steps. It's over here. So we still need to do this to make sure that the articles are actually related to the blog post you're viewing. Okay, so you do that by going into your loop grid and then inside of query, post, change it to related. And it should be related by the category. Again, categories are part of terms in WordPress. So now it should only show the posts that are related. Now it should work. Let's save our work again. Let's refresh our post. And now it should only show, yes, the 2 wellness ones. Let's see if our button works. Oh, our button also doesn't work. So we're still not done yet. You have to check all of these little details. As you can see, it's very easy to forget these kinds of things. You can decide here, by the way, what you want to link. You can even make the image clickable. Elementor is super flexible. You just click on the image right here, go into content, and then the link over here, just use custom URL, and then in dynamic tags, the post URL, because we want to link it to the actual post. The view post button, of course, should also link. I forgot that. That's not good. So dynamic tags, post URL. You can even link the title here if you want. If we click on save and back. Okay, so let's test it. We're going to publish it and then refresh our post. And let's see if our image works. If we click on another post, that works. And the button, does it work? Yes, it also works. So now we have created a working related articles, which is perfect. Okay, so now we are done. This step was a lot longer, but we have covered a lot of the basics of Elementor. We have set up our global typography, our colors. We have fixed responsive issues. So we actually did a lot more than just making a post page. So now the next part can be quicker. I can guarantee you that. So let's go to step number 6. In step 6, we're gonna create the menu at the top, also called the header. So let's just get into it. The current situation right now, if we take a look at one of the blog posts, on the website is that this is our header. It just shows our domain name in a big red text, and that's of course not what we want. So we're gonna change this up a little bit. And the header is also one of these templates that is used on multiple pages. And so we're not just gonna stick this into a page, we're gonna make a template for it again. So if you go back to your dashboard, we're gonna go to that theme builder again. So templates and then theme builder. We should see our single post template and our first loop that we made for one of our blog posts, but now we're gonna go to header over here and we're gonna click on the plus, and then you can, if you want, pick one of these templates, but I like to do it myself because it gives me more design freedom, and that's what you're here for, right? So in my design, I just wanna go for something simple like this. But later, if I want to, I can extend it to, I don't know, add a search or maybe add social media icons. But on this website, there's already social media icons in the sidebar and in the footer as well. This is what another style looks like, very simple as well. And with this one, the menu items are in the middle and there's a search on the right. For now, let's just get started simply. So what you want to do is you want to go to the plus, the flex box, and it is horizontal. Okay, it already shows it in a box, which we have set up in the site settings. So that's fine. So our content is going to stay between these lines. So now we're just going to add an image for our logo. But WordPress has a feature called site logo. And this is a smart widget. So if you save your site logo in here, then you can also use that later, for example, in the footer. So then your logo is saved in one place and you use it in multiple places. And that's of course better than just dragging in image widgets and then having to replace it in multiple pages if you want something else in the future. So I am going to grab the site logo. If you don't have a logo yet, just grab the site title. Okay, in this case, let me show you. The site title is that weird domain name because I haven't connected my domain name yet. If you have a domain name, then this will look better, and you can also style this text if you want, but I am gonna use the site logo. Okay, it doesn't say anything because you need to upload your site logo. So let's click on change the site logo, then it will automatically bring you to the site settings. And we don't need Elementor AI. Here you can upload your logo. So in the folder that I provide, the download link, the logo is in here. So if you don't have a logo yet, but you want to test this out, then you can just use my logo. Again, the download is over here, dummy content download. This is where you can find that logo. So let's just dump that logo in here. That looks all great. It's very small in size, so your website stays fast. I'm gonna select it. It doesn't replace it automatically because Elementor has to reload. But there's one thing that we should also do, I think, which is the site icon. So for the logo like this, I just took the first character because this little icon is gonna show up in the tab, at the top of the tab, which we cannot see right here, but it's gonna show up in the tabs. Well, actually, I can show you these icons over here. I have a browser where the tabs are on the left, but if you're using Google Chrome or Safari, then they're probably at the top here. So that's what the site icon is. It's just a little icon that shows up in the tab. Elementor wants you to install their image optimizer. You don't need that. You can just ignore it. You can even close these panels because these images that I have are already very optimized. So I don't know why Elementor shows that exactly. So now we're going to go back to the editor, and now that logo should load in from the site settings, and there you can see it works. It is way too big, so let's make it smaller by going to style. I would advise here to work in pixels because I want to control how wide my logo looks at all times. Let's try 200 pixels. Yeah, that looks kind of fine. We can also use this slider over here to make it even a bit smaller. You know what, let's do 180. Yeah, I like it when it's a little bit bigger. And now we need to add a menu. And you can see right here that the menu is visible. But sometimes that's not visible. And I don't remember if we already did this, but the first step of the menu, which I forgot to do now, is to turn this new widget on in the Elementor settings. Okay, so if you don't see this menu widget right here, then it's smart to open a new tab. And now we're in a situation where we're still working here. We want to keep this tab open. We also don't want to completely go back to WordPress. So now I want to show you a new trick, which is Command or Control E. And then you can type in dashboard. And if you then on a Mac Command click on this one on a Windows with Control, then it opens a new tab. So this tab will stay open and then it opens a new tab. Okay, so now we have 2 tabs. So you can, by the way, see that our site icon has worked. You see the little H over here? It has worked, so that is great. But I just want to make sure that we have that setting on. So if you go to features, over here, menu. So just make sure that this one is on active and then you can go back to header template. Okay, so now we can drag in that menu. There's 2 menu widgets in Elementor, by the way. They also have the traditional WordPress menu widget, but that one is a little bit harder to use because you have to go back to WordPress. This one, which we're using right now, is easier because you can just stay inside of Elementor. It's more visual. You can even make a mega menu if you want. So I think this one is pretty nice. The items, we want to move that to the right over here. So we're inside of the menu widget, move it to the end. And then I also want to middle align it, but there's no setting over here to do that, if I am right. Yes, because you need to do that inside of the container. So we're going to click on our container, or just click over here. If you can open the layers panel by clicking on this structure. Okay, so click on the container and then make sure to align the items in the center. And now everything is aligned to the center. This one only moves, and that's because the logo has no space on the top and the bottom, but it is also middle aligned. Let me prove it to you. If you grab the background container and increase the minimum height, if you want a wider menu, then you will see that the logo is also middle aligned. So that looks fine. Yeah, so now let's just add some menu items. And like I said, this one is very easy to use. So for this website, what do we need? Well, I would just put some categories in here. And what are your categories? We have different kind of categories on this website. So then it's smart to go to that other tab again and just go to your post and then categories over here. So here you can see the name. In the menu, you don't want to show all of the categories you have on your website, probably, because that would be way too much. I mean, it depends how many categories you have, of course, but the golden rule in web design is that you use less than 7 menu items. Otherwise, things will become too overwhelming for people. I think 7 is already a little bit too much, so I would just put like 5 categories in there. For now, we only have 4, so we can just put these 4 there. So we're just going to put fitness, nutrition, recipes, and wellness. So let's just go in here. Let's just start with fitness, and then you want to link it to the actual fitness archive page. And so you need to link it to that category by going to internal URL. Okay, so you can go in here and then say, I want to search within taxonomies, because categories is also a taxonomy, and then you can search for fitness. Okay, category fitness. So that's how you link it. So now it's not only the name that works, but it's also linked. Okay, so let's do one more and then we're gonna test it. I'm gonna do wellness in here, and we're also gonna link that to internal URL. Open this one, taxonomy, and then search for wellness. There we go. Okay, so now we have 2 menu items. The last one is empty. So let's just test it, okay? So I'm gonna click on publish. We wanna display this header template on the entire site, not only for our blog posts. So I'm just gonna click on save and close. So now if we go back to our posts, so let's go to one of the posts over here. And let's just open one of the posts. We should see a different menu at the top. And there we go. you can see that it looks okay. I feel like there should be a little bit more spacing, so I think we're gonna add some height to the header. But let's see what happens when we click on fitness. And yes, it automatically shows the page that has fitness post. So this is a category archive page. It only shows the post with the category fitness. Let's click on wellness. And as you can see, that also works. It doesn't look good because we haven't tackled the archive page yet. So this is an archive page. You can see it in the link. So this is our website domain, and then /category /wellness. And if we click on fitness, that link will also update to /fitness. And we can see in the steps that the archive page is step 8. So we're going to tackle the design of this page later. It's a very important page because it allows people to actually find blog posts. But at least our menu works now. So let's go back to the template and let's make it a little bit more beautiful. So I'm still inside here. Let's first add a little bit of space on the top and the bottom. So I'm here in the background container, go to advanced, and then unlink the padding. And then at the bottom, let's just add 20. And then also at the top, let's add 20. And we can already see right here that in our logo, there's quite a bit of space here at the top. So my logo is actually not perfect. It should be cropped so that we don't have this issue everywhere. So now that I'm seeing this, I'm like, okay, of course I could increase the size here at the bottom to make it middle aligned. But that's, in my opinion, a cheap solution. So let's do the hardcore solution that works every time. I'm just gonna save this work. I'm gonna go back to my WordPress in my other tab. So let's go to the dashboard. And then I want to go to media. I want to change this image. This is a cool trick that I think you should know. So I'm here inside of my logo. We can see this dead space here at the top, and the bottom doesn't really have dead space. So let's edit this image because WordPress has a crop feature built in here, crop. And now we can just drag it down. And also let's do it on the bottom just a little bit. Make sure it doesn't touch our text. Left and right looks great. So let's just apply this crop and then save the edits. And now that crop should be applied. Yes, it's very close to the edges right now. So now if we go back to our header template again and we refresh this page, because Elementor doesn't automatically do that, you see now it is cropped, so the logo is perfectly middle aligned. Okay, another thing that I saw, by the way, when we were checking out the blog post is that I saw some blue in the menu, which I didn't like. So let me show you again. If you go to one of the blog posts, you can see if I click on wellness, that this one became blue, and that is the active state. So this is a concept that you have to understand in web design. Clickable items like this can have different states. So hover, that's when you put your mouse over it, or active, which means on what page are you. So you can change these kinds of things. If you go inside of your menu widget, go to style, and then in the menu items, we can change the color to the primary, for example. It doesn't look like it changes because that was very close to black, but let's try with the hover. Let's try the accent. And now if we hover, you see the color changes, which is nice. And then the active one, you can also put that on. Let's, for example, do secondary. So now if we publish this page and we go back to our blog post and we refresh, or I should say back to our category archive, here now you can see that this one is green, and so it makes it clear where we are, which is a very nice little detail. But for some people that will not be enough. So what you can also do, which is a popular thing to do, is add a border at the bottom. So let me show you what I mean. If you put the border type on solid, and then let's just put it on 1 pixel. You cannot really see it here again because we're here in the header template. We're not on an actual page to test this, but let's put that border color on secondary. And let's now save it and then go back to one of our category pages and refresh. You will see that this one has an outline. This is way too intense, but a trick to make this more beautiful is to just put that border only on the bottom. So let's just delete left, right, and the top. And now if we publish it and go back and refresh, then you will see that there's only an underline. So now there's two indications that this menu item is active. Let's try the other one as well. You see, that makes it a little bit easier for people to see where they are. The last menu item doesn't work, but we can easily fix that by just adding some items. But yeah, I just wanted to explain how this works. There are different states, normal, hover, and active. So let me see, I still need to add recipes and nutrition. Okay, so I added those two items. So now the menu is kind of okay. And now I need to check responsiveness because on a tablet and mobile, there may not be enough space to display all of these items. Here's the first thing that I see, and that is that the menu toggle by default is in center. So I want to put it to the right. That looks a little bit better. But there is a little bit of a problem now, and that is that I cannot click on the actual menu item anymore. So if it's in the middle, you can still click on it, but if you put it on the right, you cannot click on it because this little pink thing is overlapping, which is a little bit annoying because now we cannot really test it. So let's fix that. I want to go to advanced, and then inside of this widget, I'm just going to add some padding on the top and on the bottom. Let's see if 10 is enough. Yeah, 10 is enough, but I'm just going to put 15 over here so that I have a little bit of space to click on the actual icon. This doesn't influence the logo because the logo is taller. It's just so that I can click on it. By the way, if you on tablets want to display the actual menu items and not turn it into a hamburger, you can change that over here in additional settings. You can change the breakpoint to mobile, so then only on mobile it turns into a hamburger. But this is a risky move because if in the future you add more items, then there's no space on a tablet. So that's not great. So I would recommend also on tablets to just turn it into a hamburger icon. That is a little bit better. But I see that the items here are left aligned, which I don't like. So inside of content, you can change the alignment, but this one is the actual icon. You have to go into layout and then item positioning. So you can put it to on the left, but then the alignment is a little bit harder. So for now, we're just going to keep it simple and put it in the center. That looks kind of nice, but yeah, we still have some issues over here. So let's also go to the styling tab and then add some of the things right here. So this is the styling for the individual menu items. The typography is already linked to accents, so that is the right font. Hover, you don't have to set up because on a tablet and mobile, you don't have a hover because there's no mouse. Active, you can still leave that on what it was. We don't have icons, we don't have drop downs. The menu toggle, that is the hamburger icon. You can change its size if you want to. I think the default size is fine, but the color, I would put that on one of our global colors. Distance from drop down is something that I would increase because it's now overlapping our logo. So just push it down a little bit. I probably need to put it at 50 if I want to have it perfectly aligned to the height of the header. Yeah, that looks good. And now let's go into the drop down menu because this is a drop down for the hamburger. So here you can set up the text color, for example, and the active one, you can set it up to be the accent. You don't see it over here. The background by default is white, so I want to just connect it to my light one. And I also want to add a border at the bottom so that it's more clear what the end of the box is. So let's just put this one on accent. Yeah, this is not beautiful, so I'm just going to unlink this again and only put it on the bottom. It doesn't update it for some reason, but it should work. And then actually this color, I think we should make it a lot lighter because otherwise it's probably not going to look great. It just needs to have a little bit of separation. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. I think we should check it out in the full version if we want to check if this one has worked. For now, there was one thing I want to have a little bit more space on these items. So if we go back to menu items and then padding, we can just increase the padding. So let's try 10. You can also just use your mouse arrow to go up and down. Just give it a little bit more space. I think 10 is fine. Okay, let's now test this also on mobile. Yeah, that looks kind of okay. It's not the most fancy menu, but with these settings, you can literally do anything in terms of styling. So I'm saving it, and let's go back to one of our blog posts. So let's open it in the real website. And now let's first go to an actual page to see the active state. Okay, that works. So now we're just gonna grab my window again and decrease its size. And here you can see that at the breakpoint of tablet, it automatically turns into a hamburger icon, which is what we want. So let's test it over here. Oh, I can see that I made a mistake. So what probably happened is that we put the border on the actual active menu item, or maybe there's a bug. I'm not exactly sure what happened there. So let's go back in one more time and see our issue. Okay, I cannot seem to find the issue, so I am guessing that this is a problem with Elementor. So I'm just gonna delete that padding then. Let's try to add a little bit of a box shadow. Oh, now it adds it to all of the menu items. Okay, so that is probably the problem. We probably need to add it to the content box. Let's try to do that over here. A solid with 1 pixel for a light color, one that's just a little bit darker, like that. And now it should have a border on all the sides. We don't see it over here, so let's check it out again on the front. I'm gonna refresh this and I'm going to decrease its size. Okay, that is a problem. It doesn't work, which I'm not happy with. I'm not exactly sure where that is coming from. There's definitely something going on here with this menu widget, but I don't want to get stuck here for too long. Okay, so I'm having some issues here, but I guess it's just on my website. I'm not exactly sure if you guys also are experiencing problems with this menu widget. Then you can also try the other menu widget. This one is more battle tested. And it's very possible that by the time you're watching this, these issues are not here because this menu widget is new in Elementor. So I think this is good enough. It does work. We have a working menu right now, which I am happy with. And just know that you can add more stuff in here. So let's say that you really want social media icons to be in this menu as well. Feel, of course, free to add them. But then make sure it's at the end, and you can also change the styling here if you want to in any way link your social media. I just wanted to show you that you can add a lot of stuff here, but I'm going to keep it simple for now. Okay, that was step 6. Took a little bit longer than I wanted, but that is okay. We're now going to move on to the footer in step 7. In step 7, we are going to create the footer, which contains an Instagram grid, a logo, some social media icons, and that's it. It's a very clean slider. So let's see how we can connect this to our Instagram. So the first thing you need to do is create a footer template. So we were here in our header, and now we need to go back to the theme builder. We can do that from here, or via template and then theme builder if you're in WordPress. And then we're gonna create a footer template. So just click on the plus over here. And for this part, we can use a template from copy section again. So if you go to copysection.com, and here on the left, you can filter for footer. And then you can also filter for Elementor. And here you can see a footer that is very close to what we want. I specifically prepared this for this part in the video. So just click on copy again. Let's go back. And let's just paste it here at the bottom with Command or Control V. So in the footer template, we actually also see the header. We can also open the header from here, but we're here in the footer template from Elementor. Okay, so that's how that works. We can see right here that there is an actual image, but we want to use that same site logo again because that one is already linked to our logo. So let's drag that in, and it's way too big. So let's go to styling again. Let's put this one on pixels again and put it on 200 pixels. That looks nice. So now I can delete this one. Let's also check the bottom text over here. This is kind of like your copyright section. So I would just put your website name here, which is pretty cool. But let's first add a copyright icon. So I always just go to Google and then just type in copyright icon, and you can just literally copy it. And then just go back to Elementor and just paste it in here. And then for the date, you can make that smart so that it changes automatically when the new year comes, which is of course nicer than having to do that manually. So just open the dynamic tags, and then you should go to current date and time. I think that this is possible with all Elementor Pro plans. If you don't see this option, current date time, then you have to change it manually by hand every year. But I think most people will have this option. So current date and time, you can go to custom and then only put the year here. So it puts all of this information, right? EM, the date, but we only need the year, which is this one. So we're just gonna delete the first part and the last part. And now it should only display the current year, which is 2025, because I'm recording this in 2025. And then you can go to advanced over here. And this is where I actually should have put the website name or the text I had in there. So I actually made a mistake because now the text is hidden behind this one. Yeah, that's not smart. I actually should have done that differently. So let's go back here. Let's make sure to cut this text. I'm gonna cut it like that and just put year in here. Then let's do it again. So current date and time, custom, and then the year. And then here, advanced, after you want to paste the text that we had. So now, oh, 2025 is still in there. Wait, the copyright has to go on before. And then it says 2025, comma. Yeah, that looks nice. Or you can use a little dash. Maybe add an extra space. You see, now it works. So now the year is dynamic and the before and after text also works. So this will automatically update every year. Perfect. Okay, let's now change the styling of the icons a little bit, because in our final design, we don't have these backgrounds. I think these backgrounds make it look a little bit cheap. So the first thing that you can do is go to styling over here and then change official colors to custom. The primary color is actually the background, so we don't need it. I mean, you also can do it like this. Some people like it. You can put this one on a circle. Some people like this kind of style, but I like it to be a little bit more clean. So the primary color, I'm actually going to put on transparent. And then for the secondary color, that is going to be my secondary. And actually, I'm going to make it one tint darker, probably primary. I think this looks a little bit nicer, but I want the size to increase a little bit. So let's play around with this slider for some bigger icons. And actually, that padding from that circle is still in there. So if you put the padding on 0, then they will be very close to each other. And then the spacing, you can increase it like that. Okay, this looks cleaner. But I do see that the spacing here is a little bit more balanced. So the copyright is more towards the bottom. And these three are more closer to each other. So I also want to do that. And we can easily do that by just going into our background container. And then on the row, you just want to change that. So let's unlink this. And then for the row, we're just going to put 30. But as you can see, this text also has a lot of that space, white space on the inside. So we need to make sure that that also gets deleted. Otherwise, our alignment's not going to work. So I'm going to go into advanced inside of this text layer. I'm gonna unlink the margin. And then on the bottom over here, I wanna just drag it a little bit down so that it visually looks like in the middle. So let's drag it down 10 pixels. And then this box over here, we wanna push that down a little bit more. So I'm gonna go to advanced and then add a little bit of space here at the top. So let's try 20, let's try 40, maybe 30. Yeah, that looks nice, and we still need to add some space here at the top because otherwise it's going to be very close to our other content, and also here at the bottom. So let's also do that. We're going to unlink the padding, and then at the bottom we're just going to add 30, and then at the top let's try 60. Yeah, that looks more balanced. We can add a little hover animation here on the icons as well. So icon hover, you can put that on grow. That's always nice. So when people hover, you can see that there's a little animation. Again, style this however you like. Show you another example here when the footer is colored. You can also choose that depending on your color palette. It gives a completely different vibe. So yeah, for now, I think we are done. Maybe the only thing I want to try is a little background color. Let's try it a little bit. I'm here in style and then open classic, and let's try light 2 to make it green. Let's see how that looks at the bottom of all of the pages. So let's publish this. Let's make sure it's on the entire site. Save and close. So now let's open another tab, and then let's go to one of our posts and let's view one of our posts. And then once we start scrolling, we can see that the bottom is a little bit darker. The difference is very small, as you can see. It looks nice though, but I'm not really sure if this one is dark enough. So let's play around a little bit with the colors. So I just want to add one more color to the palette. So I'm just going to open the global colors over here. And then let's just add light 3. I'm just trying to make some aesthetic changes here. Let's first copy this one like this and put that one, the hex code in here. And then from hex, we're going to go to HSLA. So then we can see what we're doing a little bit better. So I'm just going to drag this down a little bit. Just make it a little bit darker. Let's see. So if we save the changes and then go back to our footer. And then instead of selecting that light 2, we're going to select light 3. Okay, that is a little bit darker. I just want to see how that looks. So let's refresh it. And yeah, that looks nice. It's really clear now that this is the bottom of the website. It adds a little bit of flavor. So I'm happy now how this looks. We of course have to check responsive as well. But I think for tablet, yes, it's going to be fine. And for mobile also probably. Yes, this footer is designed pretty well, so we don't have to mess around a lot. And now let's just start adding this button, follow me on Instagram button, which we can link to our Instagram. Okay, so let's add a new box here at the top with a plus layout, and then we're going to put it on vertical. Because in this box, we're not only going to have this button, but also we're going to put that grid with photos. And we can see that this grid of photos is actually full width. So the content shouldn't stay within these two lines. It should go full width. And so this container, we're going to change this from boxed to full width. And now we can start adding some things. But for our little bubble over here, we need another box. So inside of here, I'm going to click on the plus, and I'm going to add in another container. And this one should be very small. So the width should be very small, but if you change the width while it stays on box, it's actually only going to change the width in the box. So this one we also need to put on full width. So it's a little bit confusing because we don't want this one to be full width. We want it to be small. Let's just also put it on pixels here so we can control it more. So let's put it on 300. So this setting just means that the content inside is going to go full width. So now we have a container that's full width 300 pixels. inside of a container that's full with 100%. So now if we go to the background container and put this one on middle align, our little box will be here in the middle. Okay, let's give it that same background color, light 3. Okay, there we go. I want rounded corners for my design. So I'm going to go to border and then border radius. Let's just try 20. Yeah, that looks pretty nice. And now we just need to add some stuff in there. So an image, an icon, and a text. So let's just drag in an image. Let's just select an image. I didn't really have a portrait person here. So for now, I'm just going to pick this image. Maybe we can zoom it in a little bit. Okay, that is fine. The image needs to be really small because it's just a preview. So it can load in a lower resolution version, maybe even the 150 one. Yeah, I don't think we need a big one. So over here, we're going to add a big border radius to make sure that it's a circle. Okay. Then we're also going to change the height. So let's try to play around with this slider a little bit. So let's put it on 50. And let's also do that for the width. We're also going to put it on 50 pixels. Yes, now it's a nice small icon. Is this too small? I don't know. Let's put it on 60. Okay, that looks a little bit nicer. So now we have an image that is 60, but the widget itself is very wide. So let's now also add a heading in there, which is going to say, follow me on Instagram. It should be a lot smaller. So let's try an H5. That looks great. And now we just want to add one more, which is an icon. So I'm just searching for icon and then just dropping it in there. Open the icon library and search for Instagram. Or Elementor already has it in there, so you don't have to download it. And now it is vertical. So let's go to that inner smaller container and put it on horizontal like that. Let's also add a little bit of padding on the inside so we have some space to work with. So let's just put 20 here on all the sides. Okay, and now I can see that yeah, there's not enough space for this text. So I'm just gonna grab the whole container and just make it wider. Let's try 400 pixels. And that is still not enough. 500. Okay, with 500 we have way too much space here on the left. So it's probably going to be 420. That looks great. Now let's align all of the items in the middle. It's not super well balanced now as well. The Instagram icon definitely has to be smaller. So let's go into the style and let's decrease its size. We can also see that the Instagram icon has some dead space on the inside, which we can change by going to advanced, then margin, and then doing the same trick as we did before. Just pushing it down a little bit. I'm just pushing it down 8 pixels to visually align it in the middle. And now I'm just adjusting the sizes a little bit to make sure it's closer to my design. We also need to make sure that all of the content is aligned in the middle because now the space here is too much. So go to your inner container and then make sure that justify content is on center. So now we have a bubble that looks pretty similar. Yes, I'm pretty happy with this. It's not exactly the same. I can play around with the sizes and the styling a little bit more, but I don't want to go too far in this tutorial. I'm just showing you that you can literally change everything here in Elementor and make it perfect. The only thing I want to do now is add a little bit of space here at the bottom because there is some space here between the photos and the bubble. So I'm just going to go to this container, go to advanced, then unlink the margin because margin is the outside, and then just add 40 pixels here. So even if we add those Instagram photos, then the space will already be ready for us basically. And we forgot one thing, and that is that we have to link this whole container. You can link this whole container by just selecting it, then going to layout, additional options, and then HTML tag a link. That is how it works. So now you can put your Instagram link in there. So let's put my own Instagram in there to test it. Okay. So I'm just going to click on publish. Let's go to another one of our blog posts and refresh. There we go, follow me on Instagram. So when I click this one, it actually opens my Instagram. Perfect. But I would like it to open it in a new tab so that people don't leave the website. So you can also do that in here, open in a new tab. So then when people click on the link, it will open in a new tab. I think that's better. Okay, let's quickly check responsive as well. Tablet looks great, and on mobile we do have an issue, as you can see. So what can you do on mobile? Mobile, I think this inner box should not be a certain pixel width, but we should use percentages. So let's also put it on 90%. Yeah, now you can see that it is kind of like okay. But yeah, on mobile, this doesn't work. So I'm just going to be a little bit creative with the solution. So I think we have to make a sacrifice here. I think we have to hide this icon. So we can hide things only for certain device types. So if you go to the icon, advanced, scroll down, responsive, you can say, I only want to hide this icon when we are in a mobile portrait, and now it hides it. You can check the final result by just closing this panel. You see, now this works. It still looks good on a mobile, and when we go back to tablet mode, then it appears again. So I think this is the best of both worlds. Sometimes you need to hide something on a mobile if it really doesn't work in the layout because you're more limited there. Okay, that should work fine. Let's do one more check before we add the photo gallery. Okay, I'm just gonna drag this one down, make it smaller, and on mobile it will stay wide like this. Yes, that works perfectly fine. I like it. We did something great. So now let's add Instagram in there. And this is one of the few things that you cannot do in Elementor itself. Unfortunately, Elementor does not have an Instagram widget. So we have to use another plugin for this. Unfortunately, there are Elementor add-on plugins that do provide this, but I found that this method that I'm going to show you is just a lot easier. So let's go back to WordPress. I think I still have another tab open. Yes, over here. I'm just going to go to plugins. And then I'm going to look for a plugin that's called Spotlight. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this text. And then in plugins, I'm going to click add plugin and then search for Spotlight. And here you can see the plugin, Instagram feeds made easy. Perfect. Let's install it, activate, and now it is installed. So we have an option over here, Instagram feeds, and this one is very easy. You just basically need to log in. You can skip this. The features that we need are free, so that is great. There are a few different options already right here for you. You can even do something creative like this if you want. But we need the row, so let's select that one. Connect and customize. Let's go. Okay. So this is what it looks like. This does require a business or creator account on Instagram. This has nothing to do with WordPress. Instagram just doesn't allow you to display photos on a website if you don't have a business or creator account on Instagram. So if you really want this, then this is the moment to change your Instagram account to creator or business. You can do that in the settings. So I'm going to click on this button to log into my Instagram. And I just logged in and I see that they even give you an option right here to change it to a creator account. So you can also apparently do it from here, which is nice. Okay, it is ready. And now you have to give the Spotlight plugin access to your Instagram. So you have to click on allow here. And now things should be connected. So let's go back to my plugin. Yes, you've successfully connected your account. Instagram doesn't provide the profile photo. Would you like to set up? Maybe later. Okay, so here we can see a grid of photos. Very nice. So we can see the desktop over here, tablet and mobile. That all looks good. Let's go to the design tab because there are a few options here. A number of posts, you can increase that if you want to show more. So I think I want to go for 8 and then also 8 columns. It doesn't show a preview right here, but I know I have more photos on my profile. You can change some of the settings here. And there's a hover effect, as you can see, Instagram icon and when it was uploaded. You can turn off the Instagram icon here if you want, likes and comments. The date you cannot turn off, unfortunately. And there's even an option to show a header. So yeah, if you don't care about a custom design like this, then you can also use their header. But I think ours look a little bit better. Okay, that's basically it. Let's save our changes. Feed 1. And now it shows all of our 8 photos. We can see some more pro features here, but we really don't need that. All we need is the embed code. So just go to the embed tab. And then right here, you see copy and paste this shortcode on any post or page. So if you copy this shortcode and then go back to your footer template, then we have to add a widget in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on the plus and then click on the plus again, flexbox. Just going to add the shortcode to a separate container. Just like that. And if I paste it in now it should work. Let's first try to click on apply. And okay, we have another issue. It went back to the old version. Sometimes Elementor is a bit buggy. I have no idea what's going on now. So let's try again. I'm just going to paste the shortcode widget in here. And instead of clicking apply, I'm just going to publish it and see what happens. Because I think that this is how it works. Let's refresh. And there you go. Now it displays our Instagram photos. And now we just need to put this whole container on full width. And that should do the job. Let's publish it again and refresh. And now we can see that it's full width. Okay, finally. That was a little buggy what happened there. But the shortcode widget needs its own container. Maybe you don't have this problem, but I had it. So I also want to show you the problems I'm running into. Okay, let's see the responsiveness. What if I drag it? Will it automatically go to 6? Yes, it does that automatically. Perfect. And then on a mobile, it doesn't display anything. That is a little bit weird. So let me quickly go back to that plugin again. And I see that on mobile, it does show 3 photos. So it should work on a mobile. I'm not exactly sure why that doesn't happen. And now that I'm here, I'm seeing one option that you might want to know. And that is open post in. So let's test it. What happens if we actually click on the post? Okay, it opens it in a pop-up, which might not what you want. So inside of this plugin, you can also do a new tab, but I am in tablet mode. So let's go to desktop first, and then you can even decide to not open. Maybe that's nicer. I think that's what I want. Also on a tablet and on a mobile as well. So now it doesn't open anything. I think that is better because you want people to stay on your website. So let's test it. If we refresh and we click, nothing happens. You can, of course, decide to change that as well. So yeah, we are almost done. I want to do one more trick though. I want to add one more thing to the footer. And that is a little hover effect on this box. And that's actually a nice feature in Elementor, which I think you should know. If you go to advanced, then scroll down and then go to transform. There are actually some different coding tricks here that you can do by just visually dragging things. But if you go to hover, then you can add effects that only apply on the hover. So for example, offset is actually positioning. So if you put the X or the I, which is the vertical, on 24, for example, and you hover, and this is a little bit weird, but what I often do is just go into the negative. So for example, do like -10, and then it just goes up a little bit. Okay, this is already a little bit too much. Let's just try 5. You see, it's a very, very subtle effect, but it is nice and you can do a lot more crazy stuff here. You can even do rotation. So let's say you want to make it a little bit more creative. You see, I don't like it. Scale is also nice, by the way. So you can put it on 1.1. You see, so it grows a little bit. I don't want to go too crazy here, but there's some stuff here that you can do. You can even change the transition time to make it slower. Okay, this is very slow. So you see, it's very, very smooth. I think 500, half a second. That is very nice, and it's still clickable. It's just a little hover effect that makes your website a little bit interactive in the same way as what we did over here. Okay, so now our footer is done. Our Instagram works. We have some nice effects. Don't forget to link your social icons. I think this is a solid footer. It still looks very clean. It has all the functionality we need. So we're gonna publish it, go back to our steps. And did we do everything? Yes, we did. So now we can go to step number 8. In step 8, we are going to create the archive page, which displays the latest articles, but is also being used for all of the category pages. So again, this template is generated automatically by WordPress, and it's not a separate page. So what we're going to do is we're going to create one of these blocks in a loop item again, and then we're going to use the loop grid to display a whole list of posts. And then at the bottom here, there's going to be a pagination so people can go to the next page if there are a lot of posts. All right, so let's get started. The first thing we have to do is create an archive template. So let's start doing that. I am going to go to the theme builder again. The archive template is already built in. So you can go here on the left and click on the plus. And by the way, this feature can be used for any kind of archive, whether you want to create a blog post archive like this, or a products if you have a web shop, or any kind of list if you have a theme page. Different projects, but in this website we are of course using it for blog posts. And it looks like our Instagram widget here at the bottom is now displaying 3 posts all of a sudden. It doesn't matter, we can ignore that. We're now trying to make an archive template. So let's get started. We're gonna click on the plus layout, and we can already see some options over here. And this one actually looks pretty close to what we want already. So let's do that. We just need this one to be on the right, but we can easily flip them. So I'm just going to click on this one to make our life easier. And then we can see that Elementor created one background container, which is unboxed, and then 2 full width containers, one on 33% and one on 66%. And I think these numbers work fine. We just need to make sure that this one is at the top. So I'm just going to click and drag. Again, if you don't see the structure panel, you can open it here. Okay, so now we have a box for our sidebar and the main content. Let's first add a little bit of spacing here at the top and the bottom. And I remember from the single post template that we used 4 rem on the top and the bottom. So we're just going to add that also over here. Let's unlink this, put it on rem, and then let's put 4 at the bottom and 4 at the top. And I want to make a little comment here. In this video, sometimes I'm using pixels, sometimes I'm using rem. Both of them are fine. Rem is actually better. It is based on a pixel value, but this is a little bit too complex for this tutorial. It doesn't really matter if you use rem or pixels. All you have to know is that you can set up these values for desktop, and if you want to decrease the size on a tablet or a mobile, you can do that. But as you can see, even on mobile, 4 rem looks kind of fine. On more complex projects, I would have a scaling system, but you know, I think this is kind of fine. So let's just continue. I also see, by the way, that the logo on mobile is quite big actually. Let's do a quick fix. We can just do that. It's fine. Let's just click on the header and then save and leave. I just want to make this one a little bit smaller on a mobile because this is too much. Let's try 120 pixels. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. So I'm just going to click on publish and then go back to the archive template. Sometimes this happens, I just see something that I don't like and I just do a quick fix. So yeah, it's fine. Okay, let's go back to desktop and we're gonna need to have a loop grid in here. You can see, by the way, that there is an archive post widget, which actually makes it really easy. If you don't really care about getting the design exactly like this, then you can also use this. But there's only some sliders that you can turn off. So for example, you can turn off the excerpt, which is the preview text, and then you can change the styling of these fonts. So feel free to use this widget, but I want to show you the professional way because the loop grid widget is just a lot more flexible. So for now, I'm just gonna delete this one and I'm just gonna drag in my loop grid. There we go. So with the loop grid, we can do anything. You can actually use the template that we have used before. Do you remember that we made another loop template for the related items, the related posts? So you can just quickly load them in right here to see if it works. And actually, you can also leave it like this if you want. But I like to first check if everything works and then change the design. I think functionality should come first when you're developing and then styling, even though it's very tempting to start with styling. Okay, so what is this, right? This is an archive page. So we need to make sure that the query is loading in the posts. But there is another option here, which is current query. So if you leave it on post, what's going to happen is that it's just going to load in the latest posts. But we don't only want to create a latest post archive page. We also want to use this template for our different category archives. And so if you put it on current query, it will actually do that. I mean, that's what it should do. Okay, so we're going to test that, of course. And there's one more thing that I want to add with the plus, and that is the archive title. So I'm just going to put that here at the top, which is going to be in H1. That is fine. So let's just test it, okay? Before we move on, let's test it. We're going to click on publish, and then we should tell it what we want. And here it says all archives. And this should actually work for not only the latest post, but also the categories. But sometimes I'm having issues with this. So let's see if this works. We're going to click on save and close. And then we're going to go to another page. So we're here in a blog post. Let's refresh one time. And then let's click on wellness and see if it's actually using our template. And yes, it actually does. It shows category wellness and it only displays posts within the wellness category. Great, it works immediately, which is perfect. Recipes, there's only one recipe post according to this. So let's check that in the backend. Nutrition, there is 3. Okay, so there's 3 nutrition, 3 wellness, and 2 fitness. So let's quickly check it. Yeah, we can see there's only 1 recipe. So our archive works. But now we have only tested our category archives, but not our main archive. So we need to add something to the menu that allows us to go to all of the latest posts, basically, because I think that most blogs want to have a page like that. You don't only want to have your categories. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my header template from here, and then we're just going to add one more menu item. Again, I'm first just making sure that everything works how I like it. So I'm just going to add a new item here, and I'm just going to call it latest. And that will actually be the first item. And we need to link it to the main blog page for our latest post, but that page doesn't exist yet. And you can try this archive URL. I've tried it, but that doesn't work because a category is also an archive, so it then messes up the thing. So what we need to do is we need to make a page which we call blog, and then we need to tell WordPress that we want to use that one as the main archive. Let's just do that. I'm going to go back to my dashboard, and then we're going to create our first page. By default, it has the privacy policy. We don't really need that for now. We're just going to click add page. And then we're just going to call it blog. That's it, nothing in there, just publish it. And then you can go to reading, so settings and reading. So we're gonna tell WordPress how we want WordPress to read our website. So our homepage is not gonna be our latest posts here as it is right now. If we click on the home, we can see that it's actually using our archive template, but we don't want that to be the home. We want the home to be a page we haven't created yet, and the post page, we want to connect that to the blog. Okay, so let's save the changes. Now let's go back to our header. Which one was it? This one. And now we're going to connect this one over here. So if we start typing, it should show up. Yes. Okay, /blog. And now if we publish it and go back to our settings, let's go to the page. We didn't add anything in the page, but WordPress now knows that this should be the main post page. So if we click view, now it should show that archive. Yes, that is great. And there's one more thing that I want to show, and that is that maybe you don't want to have this text over here because it doesn't look super pretty. So let's just go to our archive template. And first of all, I want to have a little bit more space below the title. So I'm just gonna click on my heading, then go to advanced, then unlink the margin. And at the bottom, I'm just gonna add 1 rem, maybe 2. And then inside of this title, I'm also gonna tell them that I don't wanna include the context. So it should only show the name of the category. But then after that, I want to add posts. So then with a space extra, yes, then it should show a fitness post, for example. And then we can also do a fallback for if there's no data in there for latest post. So that's just a general title. So let's see if this is going to work. We're gonna click on publish, go back to one of our posts. Let's open a post. And now let's click on fitness first. And then it says fitness post. That looks a little bit cleaner. And in latest, there is no real data. So then it shows latest post. Perfect. So now we have one template for our latest post and all of the different category posts. How clean is this? So I hope you're starting to see the power of Elementor and the loop items and everything. It is starting to become a really smart website. But now we want another template over here because in our design, we have horizontal posts. Okay, so I just want to show you how you can change that, because right now we're using that same loop item as we have inside of the post, right? So we need another loop item. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to our archive template. So we cannot find that one from here because we're now inside of a post. So I'm first going to go here and then I can find the archive. Yes. So these options that show up over there only show the templates that are used on the specific page you are on, if that makes sense. So yeah, this one is the loop item 67, which we don't want. We want a new one, but we don't have a new one here, and there's no button to create a new one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Command E, and I'm just going to open the theme builder in another tab. I'm just going to hold Control or Command. I'm just going to open it in another tab because we want to create another loop item over here that we are just going to use for that horizontal archive page. So let's open it, and to make our life easy, let's just work with a template. So let's just go to copy section, filter for Elementor, and then filter for loop item. And there we can see one that looks a lot like what we want. So let's just copy this one. And then let's go back to our loop item, our new loop item. And let's just paste it in here again. So we're basically just creating another design for how we want to display posts. The preview here is a little bit small, but that's just a preview here. You can On the final page, you can decide how wide it's going to be. But here in the cog item, you can go into preview settings and then you can increase the width over here as a preview. So let's just put it on 700. And then I also want to load in a post. So let's search for another post. I always want to load in a new one so that the data is coming in fresh. And yeah, it doesn't really work, and that's probably because these items are not linked. So here we can see a normal heading. We should still link it to the post title, and then it should load in the data. Yes, there we go. And then over here, this preview text, in our design, we have a preview text, and this preview text is actually a WordPress feature that is hidden. You don't have to use this, okay? You can just delete this whole box if you want to have a clean design. But I want to show you something right now because it's quite a cool feature actually in WordPress. So let's just go back to our posts and let's just open one of the posts with the edit window. And then over here it says edit excerpt. Okay, so the excerpt is basically just a very short version of your blog post, which you can use as a preview to attract people to actually read. So see it as kind of like a subtitle that can contain a little bit more text than the main title. Okay, so this is actually already a little bit too long. So let's just delete that. Okay, let's save it. So now, if we go back to our loop item, we can link this to that excerpt. And there you go. Now it should load in that data. It doesn't show the preview right now, but that is fine. The button right here, remember we already had a button from the other loop template. So I'm also going to open that so I can easily copy it. So I'm going to press Command E and then loop. I'm just going to search for loop. It was the 67. So I'm just going to open this one in a new tab by holding Command or Control. And then inside of here, I'm just going to steal that button from here. Let's go back and let's just paste it right here. And let's delete this button. That makes our life easier. The image as well, we're going to link that to the featured image. So it loads in the actual image. The width, I'm not really happy with over here. You would think it's this slider, but that's actually the width inside of the image. Yes, I know, that's confusing. But you have to go to advanced, and then this is the actual width of the image. And here I would then recommend to use pixels so you can exactly decide how wide you want your image to be. So what the aspect ratio is. So I'm gonna go for 360 right now. And that should work fine. I also see that this one over here, we already designed that in the other loop item. So I'm just gonna go in here and just steal that one. That is easier than just doing it again. Okay, let's see if this all works. Post info, okay, this all should work fine. The only thing we have to add is the rounded corners. So let's see in our other loop template. Yeah, we have some rounded corners here. What did we do? 20, okay. So let's also apply that same border radius over here, 20. And now this should work. Let's quickly check what happens if I play around with the width. Everything looks fine. So we're just gonna try to publish this and then load that in on our archive template. So which one was it? Oh, we have two of them open right now. So I'm gonna close one and then just do a refresh just to make sure. And then we're going to go into the loop grid, and instead of using the old template, we're now going to go to the 144. By the way, you can change these templates names if you want to. I will show you where to do that because yeah, otherwise it can become a little bit confusing. Right now it does work. It loads in the right one, but it's 2 columns. So let's turn it to 1 column, and there you go. Now it works, but I do see that there is a problem with the image. One image is taller than the other, so we have to probably mess around with the height a little bit. Okay, let's try to publish it and see it on the actual live website, because that's always better than trying to judge things from the editor. So I'm gonna go to one of our templates. Okay. Yeah, I can already see it right here. There's a problem. This image is taller than this one. We probably see a bigger difference even here. Okay, you see, so it does work, but the height is definitely a problem. So we need to go back into our loop template and we need to mess around with the image. So the height is 100%. Yeah, that's the problem. We need to define this in a hard size so it doesn't go anywhere. Let's try 250 pixels. This one is on cover, so it will grow. So now it should work. Let's refresh. Yes, there you go. That looks great. I see that most of the posts don't show the excerpt, the preview text. This one shows it, which is great. But that's probably because these posts don't have an excerpt. So let's test it real quick. I'm going to click on view the post over here. And then I'm going to go into edit post to see. So I'm just going to add a text in here. This is a test. All right, let's save this. Let's go back to view the post and then latest post. And now it should show. Yes, okay, so it does work. The other posts just don't have an excerpt yet. And I see another problem is that this button is actually coming down here at the bottom. So let's try to load in this one, see if we can change a little bit of the spacing in order to fix that. And these are the small details again that where Elementor shines. You can change all of these little details to make it perfect. So let's go into our loop template and let's load in another item. So we want to have that introvert post. So let's try introvert guide. Yes. And now it should also show us the excerpt. I hope that that's going to work now. Yes. Okay. So what we can do is we can go back into this container, the inner container, post info, and then we can decrease the size of the row and the columns to a smaller number, for example, 10. And here you can see that now that works. We can actually increase it just a little bit. Then it would be nice if it actually touches the bottom. 14 touches the bottom. We have 3 rows over here and then 2 over here. That probably looks even better. Let's refresh this. Yes, perfect. So it's middle aligned if there's not enough text, and it's perfectly aligned at the bottom when there's 3 rows here and 2 rows here. So this is a proper design. The only thing that I don't like is the spacing in between over here. So I also want to increase that a little bit. What if we would do 24 or maybe 30? Just a little bit more breathing room between these items. Let's see. Yes, that looks nicer. We went from 20 to 30. That is good. We cannot click on the title and the image yet. So let's also fix that. I'm going to click on the image, then go to content. And then here in the link, we're going to go to custom URL and then post URL. Then it will link. You can also do that for the title if you want. So post URL, and now the button, the text and the image should all link to the post. Let's refresh. Let's test it. Yeah, this one works. The title itself works and the button we already tested. And so, yeah, I think we are pretty much done now. We should, of course, also check the tablet mode. And this will probably be a lot smaller on a tablet. So I'm just going to squeeze it to see what happens. Okay, if the text becomes too big, this will happen. It doesn't look that bad. At least it doesn't break. And then on a mobile, we of course want this one to be at the bottom. Yeah, that also looks perfect. So yeah, I think we have nailed it. We just need to make sure that we also check the archive template in mobile and tablet. So let's refresh this to get the latest version. And then let's go to tablet mode, and we can see that we now having an issue with the sidebar. Yeah, tablet mode is always a bit hard because how are we gonna do this, right, with the tablet? That will be a challenge, but there's a problem that I see already, which is that the loop grid shows 2 columns here, which on tablet should definitely be 1. Okay, yeah, this is kind of fine. We still have some space for the sidebar. I'm not so sure if I'm gonna move the sidebar here to the bottom on tablet, but it doesn't completely break the layout. It still kind of works. And then on a mobile, yeah, the sidebar automatically gets pushed to the bottom. So that is also good. Okay, so let's check our list. Let's see the progress. Archive, we did the loop, we did the query. Oh yeah, pagination. We forgot the pagination. So let's also add that. So this blog doesn't have a lot of posts, right? Now it shows all of them, but let's say that your blog has many, many posts. Then you want to make sure that you can go to the next page. So you can go to pagination over here. It says none right now, but you can add numbers. For example, there are a few options over here. It doesn't show it right now, and I'm not really sure why, because the maximum amount of posts is already on 6. So I guess something is going wrong. Let's try to change the query to posts. Yeah, now it works. Okay, that's probably because it cannot really load in post inside of a template from a query that doesn't exist. That's probably what's happening in the background. So here we can see now the numbers. So now people can go to the second page. So here you can basically decide how many posts you want to show on the first page. So now it's 6 before they move to page 2. So now it's just numbers. You can also do numbers and previous and next. You see, that I think is the nicest option. It's not the right font, so we definitely need to change the styling over here. Oh, it's using the secondary by default, so let's change it to our modern font. And then the color as well, let's put it on accent or secondary. Yeah, I think secondary looks nice. Spacing should be a lot more, so let's put that one on 30. And that looks great. The layout options, we haven't actually increased the space between the rows. You can do that over here if you want. So to add a little bit more space between each item. Yeah, this looks kind of nice though. We have added pagination now. Of course, we are going to test it, but we have to change the query back to current query. Otherwise, all of our hard work is gone. We don't want that. So let's publish this. Let's go back. Let's click on latest, and now it should only show us 6 posts, and then it should show the next page. It doesn't work here, as you can see, and this is because WordPress itself also has some settings for your default blog page. So we have to go back to that same settings menu we were before, the reading panel. So here it says the blog page, which we have set up, shows this many posts. So if you put this one over here at 6 and then save the changes, then go back to your blog page. Now it should show only 6 posts, and because there are more than 6 posts, now you can see that the pagination actually works. So perfect, we have fixed the issue now. So make sure to set up the items on the page over here and in your WordPress settings. And then you are done with the archive. We have finished one big part again. Very happy with this. We're getting really close. Let's move on to the sidebar. In this step, we're gonna design the sidebar. The sidebar looks like this. It has an introduction, favorites, and then explore other categories. For this one, we're going to use a loop item. For this one, maybe also, or maybe we can just keep it simple. We'll see. And it's going to appear on multiple pages, but we can just get started in one page and then save it as a template and then import it on the other pages. So let's just get started. I think I'm going to start in the single post template. It doesn't really matter, you can also just make it in here, but I like to design the sidebar inside of my single post template or my archive template so that the width is already set up. And what I mean by that is that if you would start over here because this is actually where your sidebar is going to be saved, then it's going to be full width. It's not easy to design. And so I'm going to start in the theme builder, but we're going to eventually save it inside of the saved templates because the sidebar is not part of the theme builder. Don't ask me why, I have no idea. That's just how it works. So I'm just going to go inside of my single post template. Oh, by the way, one thing that you should know is that you can change the names of the templates over here. So here you can rename them. So for example, you can say post loop vertical. This one was the vertical one and this one was the horizontal one. So let's just do that quickly. Post loop horizontal. So it's easier to find. So yeah, feel free to change these names of these templates as well. Okay, for now I'm going to go in my single post template. And on this page, we don't actually have a column here on the right. So we should add all of this stuff inside of a left column and then have a column on the right. But you know what? Let's just make a new one because I remember that Elementor had this preset which we also used on the other page. Remember this one? So let's also do that and let's just switch its position. Okay, and now I just want to drag all of these widgets inside of this first column because here we're gonna design the sidebar. So let's just drag them all in here, just one by one, just making sure that they are all part of that new column. Actually, all of them is just 4 because this whole box is just a content box. I think I'm already done now. Yeah, so now the aspect ratio of the image is also better. And this one is empty, so we can delete it. The only thing we still have to set up is the padding on the top and the bottom. So let's click on our container. And let's also make sure that we add that same 4 random at the top and the bottom to have some space. So let's get started. Again, what do we need? We need this intro box here at the top, which will be a separate container, and then we're going to continue. So let's try to do this quickly without making it complex. I'm just going to drag in another container for that first green box. Okay, let's add a background so we can immediately see what we're working with. Which one was it? I think it was light 3. Yes, that looks good. So now I'm just want to add an image in here. So I'm just going to click and drag the image inside of there. And actually, did you know you can also just click on the actual widget and it will also add it. You don't have to drag it onto the canvas if you are in the right container. Okay, so we need a text widget and we need social icons. You can also just search it. Social icons, but I remember we already had saved some social icons in the footer, remember? These ones, so I think I'm just gonna steal them from there. Yeah, let's just quickly do that. Let me quickly save my work, scroll down, and then I'm just gonna open the footer template. Just quickly gonna copy these social media icons like that. Then I'm going to go back and open the single post template. You see how easy this is in Elementor? You can just switch between these templates as if you're working on the same page, which is very nice. So now I'm just going to paste it in here. Okay, so this one we can delete. Copying things makes our life easier. There's a few things here in terms of spacing. First of all, the text. I want the text to be aligned in the middle. So let's do that in the styling tab and also in this styling tab. There you go. And now I want to add some spacing all around, which I'm going to use 32 for. So in the advanced tab, you can add 32 spacing. That looks great. Now let's add an actual image in here. This is the image that I use. I also provide this one in the download folder, in the dummy files download folder. So you can use this image if you don't have anything yourself. And then we can add a border radius over here to make sure that it has rounded corners like that. And if you keep increasing it, then it will become a circle. But this is also a good moment to show you a new feature. In the advanced tab, there's actually a mask option. So if you turn that on, they also have a circle option. If you're feeling creative, put yourself in a diamond. But the circle option is, of course, what we want here. So let's just keep it like that. And let's just change the text in here as well. Meet Sarah. There we go. I'm gonna add some dummy text in here. Okay, and I see that this box also needs some rounded corners. So let's also do that. Inside of this style, we go to border, and then over here, we also add some rounded corners to this whole box. Maybe even more, like 30. And now that I'm actually comparing the design, I see two things. And I think that the typography actually doesn't have the same weight as on the website. And sometimes in a website, it looks a bit different than on Figma. But I'm pretty sure that the font is not heavy enough. So this is a good moment to change that. So let's just quickly save this and let's go back to the site settings and then global fonts. And the primary one is now semi-bold. Let's try to change it. Yes, this looks more like our Figma design. Yeah, I'm happier with this. Also the text over here, I want to add a little bit more line height because it feels a bit cramped. Let's just put this one on a little bit higher number so it feels a little bit less cramped. I'm going to put it on 28, but it's actually better here to use EM numbers for line height. So I think 1.8 looks great here. So yeah, I just wanted to do a quick update to the typography. And another thing that I see is that there's no space between this box and this box. So that means that we have to go inside of here and then play around with the gaps over here. Okay, so the column is now 0. Let's put it on 40. You see, now there's some healthy space between the left and the right column, which is easier than adding values over here and adding values over here. We're just increasing the space from the master container. And this is how you work efficiently. The only thing that I don't like is that space inside of that typography. So I'm quickly gonna change that again by unlinking this and then just dragging these icons up a little bit, like 15 pixels. That looks nice. Okay, the colors are not exactly the same, but you get the idea. Make it however you like. And if you use different colors, typography, it can look different without rounded corners. If you want to design like this, by the way, then the image widget has to be outside of this box container, or you can use two containers on top of each other. Now let's continue with the next section, which is the favorites. So in order for this, we need another loop grid. So first let's drag in a heading, which is outside. Oh, I accidentally added it outside of that second column, which is not what I should do. It should be below the loop grid. For some reason, oh, now it's all the way over here. Okay, wait. What it actually should be is over here. If it helps you, you can of course also give these containers names. So this is actually the sidebar. So let's double click and give it a name. Then this is the personal intro. Okay, so we don't get lost in our own layers. And then this container is actually the related articles. Okay, so now it's a little bit easier to find stuff. So this one, I'm just gonna call it my favorites. And then I'm gonna add in another loop grid. This one is simpler. So let's hope we can do this quickly. Yes. Okay, first of all, it automatically puts it in a 3-column grid, which is the default, by the way. So we can just type in a template. Which one are we going to choose? The horizontal one. Let's see what's going to happen. Yes, okay, let's put it on 1 column. Yeah, this is of course way too big. We need to make it smaller, but we need something like this. So I think I'm just going to make a duplicate of this first one so that we don't have to connect everything again. And here you should put in a hard limit on how many posts you want to show. In this example, there are 5 posts in the sidebar. So yeah, you should definitely put that number not too high. So I'm just also going to put it at 5. But we don't actually have posts that have the category favorites. So let's also do that in the WordPress backend. And then let's also make a duplicate of this loop item template so we can actually make this work. So I'm just going to save this quickly and then open my WordPress panel in a new tab by Command or Control clicking. And then I'm going to go to categories over here. And as you can see, there's no favorite category. So we need to create one, favorites. And the idea here is that you can just decide which one are favorites and which one are featured, because on the home page, we actually also want featured here at the top. So we need a favorites category like this. And let's also add featured as well. You can use that if you have a sponsored post, for example, or if you really want people to read some posts, and favorites is of course better. And favorites is more like my favorites. So that's how I see this, but now you need to assign some posts to it so we can actually test it. So let's go in here and let's do quick edit and make sure that some of these posts are actually connected to favorites. So let me just add a few ones over here. Okay, so now added 6 posts to the favorites so that we can see if the limiter of 5 posts actually work. Okay, that's one thing. The other thing we had to do is just make a duplicate of that theme builder loop template. So I'm going to go back to the theme builder and then let's see if we can make a duplicate from here. The loop vertical, no, the loop horizontal. We want to go in here and let's see if we can do that. No, there's no duplicate option over here, but that's not really a problem. We're just going to copy it then. So let's open our loop horizontal and I'm just going to copy this whole block. Okay, let's go one step back. Now we need to create a new loop template. So let's add a new one in here. Let's exit this and let's just paste it. Okay. And now we're just gonna make things a lot smaller. So as you can see, it only has the title, the date, and then the image. So the image, first of all, okay, I'm having some problems. I cannot click on the widgets. It doesn't open the panel here. So I'm just gonna quickly save the draft and then do a quick refresh to see if this is a temporary issue. Okay, now it works. There was just a little bug. Sometimes that happens, so you just sometimes need to do a refresh. Okay, so the widget itself, the image widget, I'm going to go to advanced and I'm just going to decrease the width over here. I think 80 pixels is enough, and the height, of course, we also need to change that to something a lot smaller. Why don't we do 90 here? Okay. And then we only wanted the date, so not the category, and the title. So also not this one, also not the button. It's just really small. H3 should become H5, I think. Yeah, now things are starting to look better. The space between these two can be a little bit lower because everything is so small here. Let's put it on 8. Okay, I think this looks fine. Maybe this space is a little bit too much. So let's also decrease that. Yes, 20. Okay, I think we already did it. That was quite easy. Let's just publish this. And then let's go back to the theme builder. I just want to quickly change the name of that loop template because now we have started to give them names. Let's click on loop item. Vertical, vertical. Okay, this is the new one. So I'm just gonna rename that one to loop item small. Doesn't matter what kind of name you give it. The visitors don't see it. Okay, so now we can go back to our single post template. Do we still have it open? Yes, we do. Okay, so now from here, we should be able to find that new one. For this one, you don't have to reload because it searches again if you use this search box. So loop item small. There you go. It works perfectly. And now we just need to make sure that it actually loads in the posts within the category, a specific category, which is favorites. Category favorites. Yeah, and now it loads in the blog posts that have the favorites category. You have some more settings here. You can put descending or ascending if you're adding new blog posts to your blog that are also part of your favorites. You can set it up over here how it filters. Pagination, we don't need that here in the sidebar. And yeah, that's it. The only thing I want to do is add a little bit more space here at the top so that it's clear that the title belongs to this part. And so I'm just going to add some top margin over here, maybe 2. Yes, that looks great. Yeah, that was actually quite easy, pretty fast. Let's just continue. I'm gonna make a copy of this heading. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make a duplicate and then I'm gonna drag it under the loop grid because over here we want explore more. We just want to add some categories over here. And there's a few ways to do this actually. If you just want something quick and dirty, you can just load in the sitemap. And then in the sitemap, it automatically shows the pages and the categories. So yeah, you can literally just go in here and actually the name you edited in here. So explore more. This is a very easy way to show your categories. Make sure the columns is on 1 and then people can click on it. But this doesn't look that great, right? So that's why in my design, I had something more custom, something like this. So what you can do, for example, is this widget, pretty cool widget, the call to action widget, and then put it on cover. Okay, so then it has this effect, which is pretty cool. You can delete the actual big text. And then over here, you can just, for example, put wellness. And then you can also delete the button. So it only shows this. And let me just quickly add an image. So in here, inside of the downloads folder, let's say that this is an image for that category. You can make it like this. And then in the style tab, you can define its height. So you can put it like this. And then give it rounded corners in the advanced tab under border. So this is a way to do it. I think that is also pretty cool, but I think it attracts a little bit too much attention. So that's why in my design, I created something like this, which is a little bit cleaner. So we're just gonna do it the old school way by just adding in a container. And then inside of that container, we're just gonna add an image and a heading. That's it. And then inside of this container, we're gonna make sure that it's horizontal. And then let's add in an image. So let's say this is a category that we have. Select. Let's first change the width of the actual widget in here. Again, that's in the advanced tab. A little bit confusing, but that's what it is. 80 looks very small. So let's try 100. And then also for the height, I want to try 100. Now that does not look like a square. So that is a bit weird, and that's because this is a flex box. So this title is actually pushing this image. So then you should turn on the size over here, none. And then it will ignore any big widget over here. It will just stay that exact size that you want. And now I see that 100 is actually a little bit too big. So let's go back to 80. Let's also pick 80 over here. Yeah, there's still some dead space over here, but that's because this text is big. So if we just put in wellness over here, now that will change. And so in this container, we want to have it middle aligned. This title itself is too big. So let's try an H4. Let's add a cover, or sorry, a mask on this image to make sure that we have this nice circle. And that looks better. And now we just need to make sure that this one is actually linked to wellness. And since we're not using a loop grid here, you could make a loop grid for categories. But yeah, since we're just having 3 categories here, I just want to keep it easy. We can just link this to wellness. So let's open the dynamic tags again, internal URL, and then a taxonomy that is called wellness. So you can just connect that link. But it's actually better, now that I think about it, to just link this whole container to that category, because then also the image is clickable. So let's do that. So we're going to go to HTML tag, a link again, and then internal URL. And then let's just link it to that same wellness category. And now this whole box should be clickable. Okay, Does it look good? I think it looks fine. Let's just test it. I'm just gonna duplicate this one 2 times and then just switch up those images. Make sure to, of course, also update the other links if you duplicate these boxes. All right, so that looks good. Let's now test it before we turn this whole thing into a template so that we can use it on other pages. Okay, I have published this. Let's open one of the posts to see if it works. Click on view and yes, we do see our sidebar. Let's test our post itself. And that works. Okay, we're now inside of the same post, and that's because this post is actually part of the favorites. That's why it also shows up here. Maybe we can change that, by the way. Let's try that. But yeah, it works. The sidebar works. And let's also test the wellness over here. Yes, it links to the wellness post. So all of the functionality is here now. It looks nice. It looks clean. So let's see if we can hide this one. So I'm going to go back to my single post template. I'm just going to open this loop template, but now I see that this button is overlapping, so I'm scared of clicking. So I think I'm just going to go from here. Yeah, that's a little bit safer. And then inside of the query, let's see if we can exclude the current post. Yes. Okay, let's publish it again. Let's go back to that introvert guide, and now it should not show the introvert guide because we are already in the introvert guide. So that's also a trick you know now. You can exclude posts that you are already on so that people never see duplicated stuff, which is of course very cool. Okay, everything still works. We're starting to get really close to an end result, but we still don't have the sidebar on the other pages, the archive page and the main page over here. And so we need to turn the whole bar, the whole sidebar, into a template now. So how we're going to do that is we're just going to select this whole sidebar where everything is in, okay? And then we're going to right click and save as a template. And it says you can save it as a cloud template and reuse it on multiple of your websites, or you can just save it on this website. We're just going to save it on this website. So let's just call it a sidebar, sidebar template. Okay. And then I'm going to save it. And now we should be able to import it in other places. So now it's an interesting situation because we have a local version right here, but we also have saved a global template right now. I'll show you what I mean by that. Let's go to the archive template. So I'm pressing Command E or on a Windows Control, and I'm just going to go to the archive template. So we're going from the single post template to the archive template, and now in here, I'm going to click on the plus, and I'm going to search for template. So now we can insert a template, which we can then select. In this case, sidebar template. So see what happens. Now we are actually inserting the whole sidebar. We have an issue though, but we are inserting the whole sidebar in here, which is great. There's probably a problem here in the template. We need to fix that. But yeah, this works. So now we don't see the actual widgets from here. This is just a template. So now let's go back to our single post template again. And now we also need to make sure that we replace it over here. Yes, I know that it's confusing because we started here and now we need to replace it here. Because otherwise we're going to have two versions living on the website, which is not what we want. So I need to make sure that the template is here at the top. Can we do that? Yes. And then I'm just going to select it. So here's the template, sidebar. So now we're going to have two sidebars. Yes. Okay. So now we can delete all of these other boxes. Don't worry, it's already saved. You can just delete all of this stuff because we have it saved. Otherwise, it could not load in here. So just delete all of it. And there's probably a problem in the master template. So now I'm just gonna make sure to publish this. And then now we can edit the template. And then you will go into the actual template, to the master global template. Yeah, which looks a lot wider, but there's probably a problem here that, oh yeah, this one is on 33%. So it should be on 100% here, because on the actual page we're using this template, that's where the width is defined. So when we probably save it now, it's gonna look good on the other pages. So let's refresh this, and now it should look good. Yes, you see, that worked. And also on the actual post, yes, that works. We still have a little spacing issue here because it becomes a little bit wider. This is why I didn't design it inside of here, because designing it inside of here is not easy because you see its full width. So let me show you what I mean. If you go back to WordPress, then the theme builder has all of our header, template, etc. But you cannot find the sidebar here because it's not part of the theme in Elementor. So it is actually a template, but it's saved over here. This is where the sidebar is because it's a container. It's not part of the theme. And so we could also have started over here, but again, then it would be hard because you're designing on a super wide screen. So that's why I started designing it on the single post template, and then I'm just replacing it once I have saved the template. I hope that that makes sense because I understand that this is a little bit confusing. I just need to fix the spacing issue and on the archive, and then I think we're good to go for this step. Because here you see these boxes almost touch. So we also need to make sure that over here we have a nice healthy space in between. 40, that looks good. Let's quickly check tablet. Okay, yeah, on tablet this is gonna start to become a problem. There's a column issue over here. It's pretty cramped. Yeah, this is a little bit too much. I mean, when the tablet is big, it's better. Okay, I only want to fix this and then it's kind of okay. And let's see on a mobile. Yeah, on a mobile, it automatically moves to the bottom. But oh, I also see a problem over here, which we didn't check. So we're not done yet. We have to go into the template again and then fix these issues. So let's save the archive template and then let's go back to that actual template. Okay, so in here, saved template. Now we're going to open it from here, edit with Elementor. And we had problems on a tablet. So let's go to tablet mode. Yeah, we can see that this one turns into 2 columns, which we don't want on a tablet. We have 1 column, that is better. And then let's also check it on mobile. Okay, this is definitely a problem. This one looks fine. So let's save the changes and then let's open this loop item template. Yeah, let's see what we can do here inside of this one. Can we just force it to be on a row? Or what's going to happen to the image then? It literally disappears. Let's see what we can do if we just put the width on a pixel size. And I think it's because it's now on shrink, which should not happen. I'm going to click on none. Yeah, that is better. And now this should work. Let's test it. I'm going to go back to my single post template and give this one a refresh. Okay, let's go to tablets. At least this looks better, even though it's still a bit cramped, but it's doable. And then on a mobile, okay, the text goes outside of the container. That is not good. So let's see what we can do there. We're going to open that template again from here. And then what's happening to this text? Why is it not normally wrapping? That's probably because this image is causing problems here. So I think I'm just going to make it wider on a mobile like this. Let's do 130 in width. And then I'm just going to make sure that it wraps on a mobile. So it just goes on the next row. Yeah, it's not pretty. You can make the image bigger as well. I don't know the perfect solution right now. but at least the text is not going outside of the box. So I think this is fine. Okay, let's save it, check it one more time, just to make sure. Okay, everything looks good on a mobile now. It doesn't have to be perfect, but at least everything stays in the grid. Okay, I'm happy with this. Oh, is this image maybe a bit too tall on a mobile? Probably, yeah? So let's also mess around with the height of this image so you can actually see a little bit more. Let's also check the tablet mode. Yeah, that's also too tall. So we forgot to change that because the height on a desktop is of course different. So now it's a little bit more in balance. Okay, so I just keep tweaking some small things until everything looks good. I'm happy with this. Let's publish this. And then we are definitely done with the sidebar. That was a little bit challenging, as you can see, but a very important lesson that you now know how you can have certain parts of your website saved in one place and then reuse it in multiple places. That was the lesson here. So let's now continue with step 10. In step 10, we're going to create the home page, the last step before we can publish the website. So we are finally done. Again, the homepage is the only one that is different because it also has a featured post list here at the top. And if you want, optionally, you can also do a slider. It's really up to you. Let's take a look at some of the designs of the homepage. So you could do something like this with a big slider here at the top, or just a carousel like this one. If you want a more cleaner look, you could also do something like this. Just one carousel at the top with 3 dots, or a full screen one like this. It is completely up to you, but the homepage deserves a little bit more. Some people also use this section to say something about the website. But for blog websites, it's often better to just display posts. It should be about the content. A blog doesn't really need an introduction that much. But yeah, feel free to do whatever you want. Of course, as always, that's why we're using Elementor, because we want to have that freedom. Okay, let's get started. We're going to create the homepage, and then we're going to set the homepage as the homepage. So what do I mean by that? So let's go back to our website, and we're just going to go back to WordPress. And then over here in pages, we now only have the blog page, which we have connected to the home page. And remember, right here in the reading settings, we need to tell WordPress how it should read our website. And here you can set up a different page as the home page. So by default, right now, if you click on your website name, it will actually show the latest post, which is our /blog. That by default is the home of WordPress, because WordPress is a blogging platform. But we want something else. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new page over here. So click on pages. We don't need this one. Okay, add new and just call it home. That's it. Just publish it. And there you go. And now before we click edit with Elementor, let's go back to that reading and make sure it's actually set up as the homepage. So here we go, homepage. So now if we save it, we should see a blank homepage if we click on our website name again. And yes, there you can see it actually only shows the page title and the footer immediately. So what we're going to do on the actual homepage is we're going to take over this homepage with Elementor. And this is actually what Elementor does. It takes over the content area. So this is an alternative way to make your website with Gutenberg, but I didn't choose in this video to focus on that as I explained in the intro, but you're basically taking over this page with Elementor. So yeah, let's just click on edit with Elementor. And now we can just start dragging in things over here. We do see the page title over here. Let's first turn that one off so we have a completely clean page. There's simply a setting over here, hide the title. You can hide it like that, but it's even better to go into page layout and then put it on Elementor full width, because then it only shows the header and the footer, so you know for sure that it's completely clean. Okay, so now we're gonna add some sections. Okay, so what do we need? Let's go back to our design and then my version, which is this one. So we basically have three parts. This is the footer. We don't have to worry about that. We have this whole part, which we can basically steal from the archive page. And then we need one container for this part and then one container for this part, if you want both of them. And so this is actually one big widget, but this one is full width, and that's why it needs a separate container. This one is boxed. It's within the box of our website, and therefore it needs a box container. So let me show you what I mean. We're just gonna start with the first one. I'm just gonna add a container, and then the first one, we're gonna put that one on full width. Then we're just gonna add another one, which is gonna be boxed, our default. We don't have to change the settings over here because we already did that in the site settings. Okay, so in this first one, we're gonna drag a carousel, and I wanna use the loop carousel because then we can actually load in some posts. Yeah, so this is what we've done already a few times, but we don't have a template yet. Let's just first start with another template to see if it works. So the loop vertical, yeah, you see it works. So that is great, but we need a completely different template. But at least we can see that it's full width now. It stretches all the way from left to right, which is good. And then for this one, we're gonna do something similar. So let's actually copy this loop carousel and just paste it in there. Yeah, and this one is boxed. And it also needs a title, which is featured this week. So let's do that. I'm gonna go and just drag in a title inside of this container. Featured this week or whatever you wanna type there. I'm just gonna call it featured posts. And then we have to go into the loop carousel and make sure that we actually filter it on post with the category featured. I don't know if we already have posts that are connected to that, but we can already connect the query, so the loop grid here. So let's do that again, term, and then featured, because we did make that category. Yes, so now it should show 0 posts. Yeah, because there are no posts connected to this. So then we're gonna go back to the backend of WordPress and make sure to connect some posts, and then it should be visible here. And let's also add a little bit of breathing room on the top and the bottom, as we always do. So let's unlink the padding. Rem, we're gonna put 4 at the bottom and 4 at the top. There we go, a little bit of space. And also between here, I wanna add a little bit more. The default is 20, so let's put it on 40. Okay, and that also works on a mobile. Yeah, and then for this top one, we're gonna make a new loop item. And then what we need to do is actually just show one of them. That's the trick here. We're just gonna show one big one. Okay, so let's just unlink this template, and we're just gonna connect this one later if we have created that loop. Let's just do it from here, why not? Create a template. Yes, we're gonna save our work for the home page. And then let's see, are we in the template right now? I guess. Where are we? Elementor loop 205, it says over here. Is this the new one? I cannot drag in a widget yet, or can I? No, okay, that's a little bit weird. I'm gonna do a refresh, and it looks like it's still not going well. So you know what? I'm not gonna do it in here. I'm just gonna go back to the theme builder, and then I'm just gonna go to loop item, and then it should be somewhere over here. Yeah, it is this one. Let's just rename it as well. So we're just gonna call this one loop home big change. And now let's open it. So we need to make sure that it looks a little bit like this. So how are we gonna do that? Well, we need a title, a description, which is gonna be the excerpt, and then a button, and then a background image. So let's get started with a vertical column like this. Let's also make the preview a little bit wider so we have a more realistic view, something like this. It doesn't matter, this is just a preview, it doesn't influence anything. Introverted guide to self-care. Okay, let's click on apply so that we have the new fresh data. Okay, so now we're gonna put in some stuff. Let's put in a post title. Does that work? Yes, it works. The post excerpt, and does that work? Yes, that works. And the featured image, we're actually going to do that as a background. So for now, I'm just going to look for a button, the normal button, which should look like that. That is great. I want it to be a little bit darker, but for buttons, I do want to go to the side settings. So let's first give this a quick save the draft so we don't lose our work. Let's go to the side settings. And then let's make sure that we edit it from here. The reason I didn't do this before is that most of our buttons are transparent, and transparency sometimes has a problem with the side settings. So that's why this is the first time I'm actually changing the buttons globally. So yeah, that's why. And then the color, I want it to be secondary. Does it become darker now? It doesn't also always reflect here in the side settings. Next year, Elementor is going to update Elementor to not have this issue anymore. So I'm very happy with that. But today we still have to live with it, basically. So here you can also change the padding inside of the button if you want to change that individually. I think this is fine like this. So I'm just going to click Save the Changes and then go back to the loop template. And then let's go to this whole box. Let's put everything in the middle. That kind of works, but if this text is longer, then it doesn't work. You see that over here. So you also need to make sure that the alignment is in the center. So no matter how big the text is, it will always stay in the center. So for your text layers, make sure to put them on center because that's what we want over here, right? Okay, so now for our background, we want to use an image. So let's go to Style, Classic, and then here we can select an image. In this case, it's going to be the featured image of that specific post. And there we go. Now it loads in that image on the background. So this is a different way of what we've done so far. So far we have just dragged in an image widget, but now we want it as a background. So you can add a image background to a container and then link it to dynamic content. A very smart system. Let's align this center. And we're going to make sure that the display size is on cover. And we're going to also make it a lot bigger. We want a lot of space, but especially at the top. Also some at the bottom, but a lot more at the top. So I'm just going to unlink the padding here and then put it on rem. And then at the bottom, I think 3 is enough. Maybe 4. No, I think 3 is enough. And then at the top, it should have a lot. So let's try 10. No, it's even more. Probably like, I don't know, 14, not 40, but 14, maybe even 16. Let's try this. Okay, and now the text should be a little bit smaller. So it's in H1, it should be in H2. Yes, and of course we're also going to change the text color because now it's way too dark. So let's put this one on light 1, and then the excerpt, we're going to put that one on light 2. So it's a little bit softer. The text is not really readable, so I want to do a few things. First of all, I don't like that the text is so wide, so I'm going to give also right and left padding in here. Let's try 5. Yeah, that already makes the text a lot less wide, but I want to do actually a lot more. Why don't we try 15? Yeah, it really depends on the width of the whole box, by the way. So if we put the preview on a little bit wider, then we can see that it changes. So on a tablet, now we're getting, it becomes problematic. So a better way to deal with this, now that I'm scaling this up, I think is just to set up a width for these individual layers. I think that's a little bit better. So I'm just gonna delete that padding for now. And then inside of this actual widget, I'm going to go to advanced, then go to width, and then go to custom, and then just play around with the width. Let's put it on 40, and let's also do that for this widget. So custom, and then percentages, and now it should be better. So if we go back to the preview and we start scaling it down, yeah, now it's more in balance. Still need to make some fixes, I feel like. Here it's still too little, but that's what we're going to fix on tablet. So let's go to the tablet mode. Yes, now we go in here and we change the width to percentages. It stays on pixels, by the way. That's annoying, but we did start with percentages, so we're just going to increase the percentage width right here to, let's do 70. Let's also do that for this text. Again, it switches back to pixels. It should not happen. We want something like this. And then on a mobile, let's just put it on 100% because we already have a little bit of spacing left and right. So this one, we're going to put it at 100%. Okay, so now it's starting to look good, but there's still one thing that I don't like, and that's the contrast. Here in my design, you can see that we have a black gradient going up, and that makes the text readable. So let's also do that here. I'm going to make sure I'm on my background container. And then I'm just going to go to Style and Background Overlay. Here you can add a gradient. You have to put this color on something else, something weird, so you can first see what you're doing, and then later you change the colors. That's the easiest way I found to do this. The opacity as well, you can put it on a lot higher to see what you're doing. So here, red at the bottom, blue at the top. So let's push the blue down a little bit like this. Okay, so now let's try to put this one on black, completely black, like this. And then the top layer, we're also going to put that at black, but then we're going to decrease its opacity. And now you can see that it has a gradient from the bottom to the top, and the text is readable now. Did you see that, the difference? It's a huge difference, so this makes it feel professional. The bottom is now completely black, so you can decide to also decrease that a little bit, so 80%. Okay, something like this looks better. So I think we are done like this. Let's just give it a spin on the final website. I'm just going to click publish over here. Let's see if we still have that tab open. We only have loop items open. So let's just go back to the home page. This one, just going to click over here. This quick search is, by the way, really nice. It's much faster than always going back to the WordPress menu. Oh, it already worked, I guess. How did they know that I wanted that template? That's interesting. So let's open this first container. We see the loop carousel over here. It has already loaded in our big template. Maybe I already linked it, I don't know. But yeah, it does work, kind of. We have the bubbles here at the bottom. Let's check a few settings and then let's check it on the front end. So the query, what are we gonna filter here? Yeah, that's up to you. You can make a separate category just for this top section if you want. For now, I'm just going to keep things simple. You understand the concept now. You can just make a category, assign post to it. For now, I'm just going to put my favorites here because this is the one where we're going to use the featured category just for testing purposes. For this top loop carousel, I don't know if I want the dots or the arrows. Here in my final design, I only have the arrows. I think that looks clean. So let's also check the settings over here. So navigation, this is where those settings are. The arrows, keep them on. And then over here, pagination. These dots are actually pagination. You have a few options here. I'm going to put it at none to make sure that it's super clean. It looks like it's working. Let's click on publish. So this is our homepage so far. And we also don't have posts yet here. So let's make sure we have some posts assigned to that featured category. Oh, this one doesn't work, but you can go back to the dashboard. So I'm just going to open the dashboard in a new tab, go to posts, and make sure that some of my posts are at least connected to the featured category. Okay, so 4 of them are now connected. So now if I go to the home page, we should see a big slider at the top, which actually works. That is great. I see that it's too high if there's no excerpt. So that is a problem we should fix. And this one works. Okay, the arrows are here, which I find a bit awkward. So that's something that I definitely want to change. But yeah, it does work. We can slide. We can go to the specific post. Perfect. This all works. We're getting really close to the end result now. So let's try to change the styling of these buttons as well. So let's go back and let's refresh this one. And then inside of this loop carousel, we can change the buttons. So here in navigation, you can see the previous arrow options and then the next arrow options. The previous is this one. So if you want a design that looks like this, then both of them should be positioned at the right side and then at the top, okay? So the previous arrow is now assigned left. That's why it shows over here. What if we put it on the right here? Now it's exactly on top of this one. So if we then put it also at the top, and now it's over here. Let's also do that for the other one at the top. Okay, so now for the previous arrow, we want to put it a little bit to the left and also to the top. So we're just gonna play around with it like this. We can't see it, but we need to still change the colors. So let's put it somewhere over here. So what about -60? Let's also do that for the other arrow. Okay, so now we both see them over here. Let's change its color. So we're going to go to Style, Navigation, and here you can change the color for the arrows. So let's put it on Secondary. Let's try that. That looks great. And then the border type you can put on Solid 1 pixel. And then we can see the border, which actually is not big enough. I think 2 works better. The padding as well should be bigger. So what if we try 20? Oh, that's way too much. Let's try 10. Yes, and then the border radius, let's put that on a big number like 50. And then it should be rounded, as you can see. Very nice. We just need to position them a little bit better now. And then I think that works. Just play around with these settings until you're satisfied. The only thing that I would change is the hover colors, because now, as you can see, it becomes very light. So let's put that on the primary. And then, yeah, now it becomes darker if we hover, which is great. So let's just make sure that they are in the right spot. I'm just gonna move this one a little bit more towards the left. Let's try -80. Like, what is the center here? Yeah, this is pretty much the center. So -80 was a better number to get them exactly on our title height. There you go. So yeah, you can definitely change this however you like. You can even change the icon if you don't like the icon that they provide. You can upload your own icon even if you want. But I think this is a pretty modern way to do this. And if you want the one of the cards to go outside, then you need a little bit of custom code. I made another tutorial on my channel about this, so just click on my channel and find a video on this if you want. This is a little bit too complex for this tutorial. It is a really cool effect, but you need a little bit of custom code to make that happen, because by default it's not built into Elementor. Yes, I am aware of the offset sides, but that one doesn't work if you're working in a box container like this. So the only thing that's left now is delete these dots, because these ones attract enough attention. So I'm just gonna turn this one off for an even cleaner look. Let's now fix this spacing issue in here. Let's try if it works right now. If we click on edit the template from here. Okay, now it looks like it works. And I see that the content here is centered. That is good, but we forgot to set up the justify content to make sure it always sticks to the bottom. So that probably solves that issue. I'm pretty sure. Of course, we're gonna test it. And then the height as well. Right now, the height is defined by the amount of padding, but I want it to be a little bit taller. So I'm just gonna put this one on 20. Oh, not on 2000, on 20, so that there's a little bit more space for the image. Let's see, maybe 22. It also depends on your images, of course. On this image, this woman's, her eyes are now outside, which is not great. So yeah, for the pose here at the top, you need to be careful with what pose you put here, because you don't want cut off eyes like I have over here. Did we also link the button, by the way? I don't think we did. It says just click here, but this should say view post or read more. And then we should link it to the post URL. so that people can actually go to those specific posts. Okay, let's also check mobile. And oh, we can see that it actually still has 2 columns, but that's not something we can change in here. We need to do that on the loop grid itself. So, okay, this is too tall for mobile. So here I'm gonna go into the container, and then we can see 22 on mobile is way too much. So let's do 2 at the bottom, and then let's try 10 at the top. Yeah, that's already too much. So let's try 6. Okay, that looks all right. And for tablet, let's also change it a little bit. Let's put 3 at the bottom and then maybe 15 at the top. Yeah, I think that is fine for tablet. We just need to make sure that the columns are good. So I'm going to click on publish and then go back to the actual page. And then we're just going to make sure that that first loop item only shows 1 column also on a tablet. Let's see. Yeah, that works perfect. So now all the way from mobile to tablet to desktop, it's all one post. So let's check out how it works. I'm just going to open a new tab and I'm going to refresh my home. Wait, let's check this one, okay? This one was wrong, so now if I refresh, it should be taller and it should be positioned at the bottom. Doesn't matter what content there is. Yes, perfect, it works. So we can click view the post now and it actually brings us to that blog post. This all works. I'm very happy that we got so far, but we're not done yet because the homepage is not done. We need to copy some things from the archive page because we forgot this whole part. But yeah, we can easily copy that now. So let's go back to our homepage and then let's just open that archive page in another tab. So here I have another tab open, Command E, and we're just going to open the main archive template, which is this one. And then I'm just going to grab this whole main container, copy it, go to the other tab, and just literally paste it right here. And yeah, it's literally that easy because here on the right, we already have this template. So that is already connected. The only thing that I would change here is the title. Right now, it probably says latest post, which is actually kind of fine. Maybe we don't even need to change it. Let's just test it on the front end so we can actually see what it says on the real website. So refresh the homepage. And then it says, yeah, home post. Okay, that is not good. So we should definitely change that. Let's go back. And instead of this title, let's just drag in a heading like that. And also put it on H1 and just call it latest post or articles or whatever you want to say. I'm going to delete this title, but there is something I want to copy from that, which is the bottom to RAM. So what you can do is copy and then don't paste the whole thing here, paste the style. And then it adds that padding that we had from this one, adds it to this one. So I'm only pasting the style. So now we can delete this one. Okay, let's check our loop grid. What does it actually load in? Because we didn't see anything on the home page. Yeah, current query. That doesn't work because we're here on the home page. It's not a query page. Like a normal archive page. So we just should put it on post, the latest post without any filtering. And we should just make sure that it doesn't show too many of them because otherwise it's too long. It's now 6. Let's just do 5. And then also let's turn off that pagination because what we want over here is actually a link to go to the main archive. That was my idea over here, to have this kind of button, see all the posts. So we can do that. You can, of course, just use the normal button over here, see all posts. And then we need to link that to the actual blog page. So let's do that. We're going to go to content, and then we're just going to link it to blog. That's where all of our posts are. So yeah, you can leave it like this, but this button attracts too much attention, I feel like. So I just want to change the styling a little bit. So let me show you how you can create this nice underline button. So yeah, let's first change the text color to text. Then I want to delete the background, but if you just deselect it here, nothing happens. So you actually need to just put it on transparent mode. But before we do that, I actually want to delete the padding to actually see if it works. So if we unlink this, yeah, that works. Now here on the bottom, we want to add a little bit of padding because we need some space. The border radius as well, we need to put it on 0 because we want a straight line at the bottom. Now I want to add a border, a solid with 2 pixels, but only on the bottom. So unlink this, 2 pixels on the bottom, and there you go. And now you can turn off that background. Well, you could turn it off earlier, but I'm just keeping it on to see what I'm doing. So yeah, that looks nice. I'm actually seeing that the text is a little bit too thin for my taste. So let's put it on primary. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. So now this button should link to the main archive. It's nice because it's pretty close here to the bottom. But if we want to make sure that this post is actually touching the bottom, and then what we should do is go to this loop grid widget, go to advanced, and then put it on grow. So then it will grow to the maximum size in the vertical direction this container is in. Yeah, this is more like an advanced feature for layout, but I'm just putting grow on this widget to make sure that this button is pushed all the way to the bottom so that it aligns perfectly with my recipes. These are the small details that you have with Elementor Pro that you don't get with many of the other builders. I love it. I love it. So now this should all work fine. Let's check our final design. I think we got everything now. Yeah, so let's do a final check because I think we are done now. I'm gonna publish it and then go to the home. Let's just go all the way to the dashboard and then click on this. And yeah, so pretty cool. This one works. We already tested these buttons. These go to the post. These buttons are also nicely aligned at the bottom because this one is even with 3 lines, so that also looks good. Let's see if these buttons work. If they go to the cookie post, yes they do. That is nice. These buttons, do they also work? Yes. I do see one little mistake, by the way, that I should fix. It's not relevant for the tutorial, but here we can see the styling is still these old icons. And on the rest of the website, I've used these outline icons. So that is something that I still need to fix, but it's not really that important, right? The favorites work. We can click on them as well. The categories work. Instagram, does it work? Yes, it works. Very nice. The photos are loaded in. These icons work. It is a nice, very clean website. I am so curious to see what you guys are going to design, the styling that you're going to pick. I think we did a great job. The category pages work. Yeah, this is all very cool. I am so happy with it. Let's do a quick check for mobile. I'm going to go to inspect elements and then I'm just going to select my mobile. Let's click on the logo to go back home. That looks also good on a mobile. I see a little bit of spacing issue in here, so I would try to align this to the text. These are the small things that I would do before I really go live. I think I've explained enough to you now, but yeah, always do a final check. Oh, here you can see that the bottom of this container needs a little bit of space because it's touching the introduction box. So that is something that I would fix, but no major problems here. The Instagram doesn't work right here, but sometimes that is the case in these previews. So I would grab my mobile phone right now to check this kind of stuff. Yeah, I think that is it. Yeah, we did everything. It works. So now we can prepare for publishing. If you're not ready yet to go live, you can put your website on coming soon. So let's do that in step 11. In this last step, we are gonna talk about publishing. What can you do if you are ready to go live or if you're not ready yet to go live? So let's talk a little bit about this. We're first going to start with the scenario if you're not ready to go live yet. So if you followed this video up until this point, then you have a website that works, but that doesn't mean that you already have all of your blog posts ready, right? So I want to show you a way on how you can add a coming soon page. So if people visit your actual website, that they don't see a fake blog post that we have created, but they just see a coming soon page. No matter the page they open, all of the pages will automatically then show that coming soon. So that's the first thing that I want to show you. So let's go to our website, go to Elementor and then Tools, because in here there is a maintenance mode tool, and this is where the coming soon feature is as well. It's not only maintenance mode, it is also a coming soon mode. So if you put on this mode, then if somebody lands on your website, it will show a coming soon page, but you already can be indexed by Google, which is great, or search engines in general. So that means that Google can already pick up on what you've been doing, which is good. There's also a maintenance mode, which tells Google that they will come back later to check your website. So yeah, it really depends. You can do both of the things. You can even put it on maintenance mode and then just choose a template that looks like a coming soon mode. So if you know what you're doing here, then you can definitely play around with this. But for now, we're just gonna use the coming soon. So the only people that can access the website are the people that are logged in. And we're gonna choose a template. We don't have a template now, so we need to create one. And there's a button here, which is nice. So this creates another template. So let's call it coming soon template. All right, let's save the draft over here. And let's open this one with Elementor. And now we just need to put something in here. For the coming soon, I don't want to show the header and the footer. I just want a clean template. So I'm going to go to page settings and then I'm going to put it on Elementor canvas. So that is the clean page right here. And then I'm just going to create a very quick design. I'm going to put the height on 100%. So put it on VH and then just drag it all the way here. And then you can just quickly drag a heading in here, which is going to call it coming soon. You can add more text in here. You can add social media icons, whatever you want. The only thing that I would recommend is just put the content in the middle, maybe also in the middle like this. Maybe you can put even an image here with your logo. You're completely free to design this however you want. Yeah, it looks good. We're not going to create a fancy design now. We're just going to go back to Elementor. So this template is now here. I think this is also saved in the saved templates overview. Yes, that's where it's saved. As you can see, it's a page template. So now we can go back to that Elementor tool and then we can select that template to show, to use as the coming soon template. So now if we click save and we go to our home page, we should see the coming soon. It also shows over here, maintenance mode is on, which is great. Elementor gives you this so that you cannot really miss it. So now if we go to the home page, we should see the coming soon, but we don't see it. So then you think, wait, is this actually working? And it is working because we set it up in a way where logged in users can actually access the website. So they will not see the maintenance page. So how can you test this? Well, you're just going to copy your domain name. So without the WP admin, just your domain name, copy it, then open a new browser window in incognito, and then check your website. And now you should see the coming soon page. You see? So even if somebody would go to /blog, for example, they will see the coming soon page. So this works right now. This is great. So you can keep it on here. You can keep writing your post. And then when you're done writing all of your posts, you think you're ready, then of course you can just turn it off with disabled, and then your website can be viewed by anyone. Okay, let's go to the second point, turning caching on if you're ready. So let's say that you're ready now to go live, then make sure to turn on that plugin again. We turn this one off. This is the cache plugin by Hosting here, which makes your website faster. So you can definitely turn that on. You can go through the settings. This is quite technical. There are many tutorials online, but the default settings are fine, but you can of course learn more about this, but that's not what this tutorial is about. I just wanted to show you that you should turn it on if you're ready to go live. Check discoverability settings. Yeah, this is something you should definitely check. So inside of the settings, I think I'm not really sure if is it in reading? Yes, okay. Here, search engine visibility. This one should be turned off. If this one is checked, then you're basically asking Google to not index your website, which is obviously not what you want with a blog. So make sure that this one is always turned off. It's very important. Otherwise, your website will not be indexed on Google. People cannot find it. A domain check. Yeah, right now I don't have a domain name yet. I'm still on this weird temporary domain. So make sure, if you haven't done that already, to connect your domain name. Think about the domain name. Make sure to claim your domain name and then connect it. If you click on this button, Hostinger will just show you an option to buy it here. Again, you have one free domain with this package, so you're totally fine with that. And then Hostinger will automatically connect it, and just make sure that your URL will change. So then your login link will also change. So let's say that my login link right now is website link /WP admin. So that means that, let's say my website is this, then my login link will also change, okay? So that's important to understand. Yes, and then the site title, let's also quickly check that. So here in general, we have the site title. That site title is gonna show up here in the tab. Here on the left in the tab. So the name people see over here, okay? That's what you set up in those general settings over here. And there's even a tagline which will be shown after the site title. So let me show you. Let's say that this is our site title, honeydew, and then we're just gonna say the best honey. I don't know. Let's say that that's my slogan. If you click save, and now you go to the actual final website, and then you go to the left, you will see honeydew dash the best honey. So that's where that shows up in the tab. Definitely an important thing to know for the representation of your website. We did set up the icon. Right now it looks a little bit dark because my computer has turned to dark mode in the evening. But yeah, it does work perfectly fine. And then the last thing that I want you to understand is draft, review, and published. So your blog posts have different modes. So right now, this one is published. You can see that over here. You can also go in quick edit and then you can see the status. Okay, there's 3 statuses: draft, pending review, and public, or published, I should say. So if you are still writing a blog post, make sure that it's always on draft. Okay. Oh, there's actually more features inside of here. They have scheduled as well and private if you really don't want anyone to find it anymore. If you're working with other people, then pending, so somebody else can approve it. And publish is of course visible for everyone. You can even put a password on it. That's also a nice feature in WordPress. So just understand that this is how it works. Only the posts that are published are visible at the front end, and the posts that are draft and pending will not be visible on the front end, only for you here in the back end. Okay, that's all I wanted to say for publishing. I think that's all you need to know. You're pretty much good to go if you have checked all of this. And now I want to focus on 2 bonus parts. One is installing analytics and SEO so that your website can be found easily on Google and you know how many people actually visit your website. And then lastly, we're going to set up email marketing. So that is if you want an email newsletter. Many blogs have this because people don't always know that you have a new blog post. So setting up email marketing is very good because then people can sign up for updates. which is basically free marketing for you. So yeah, those are the two bonus parts we're going to cover next, but I am very happy that we have reached this point. We have walked through all of these steps and you have a fully functional blog now, so you can stop here, but I would recommend you to watch this because it makes your website a lot better. Okay, let's go to the bonus. Bonus 1, installing analytics and SEO. So our website is now live or almost ready to go live, and that means that we're ready for the world to see it. But of course you want to know how many people actually view your website. So that's why you need an analytics plugin. And I want to show you a very simple one that is actually GDPR friendly. So for people in Europe that have very strict laws on privacy, with this plugin, you don't need to have a cookie banner on your website because it is built in a smart way. And it also just gives you the data that you need. So let me show you what I mean. We're going to go to our website, and for this we will need another plugin. This is not part of Elementor. And then just search for analytics in the plugin overview, and you will see multiple analytic plugins, and this is the one I mean. It literally says in the title, Google Analytics Alternative. So Google Analytics is a great platform, but if you're starting out, it is quite overkill. And Google Analytics tracks a lot of the data of your actual website visitors. So then, according to the law in many countries, you have to make people aware of that. And that's why these cookie banners exist. So there is the official Google one, but you also have one from Monster Insights, which is actually using Google Analytics, but then in a slightly different interface. And so using a Google Analytics related plugin will be harder. And that's why I recommend independent analytics. You can even do both of them. That's also okay. Actually, on my own website, I have independent analytics running, Google, and then even another one. So you can have multiple analytics plugins and see which one you like. But again, this one really easy. So let's just install it and activate it. And it gives us this pop-up says complete your activation right now. Again, this is completely free to use, but they will ask you some questions. They want you to sign up for their emails, which you don't need to do if you don't want to. And that was it. Now it is installed and it starts tracking. If that's not the most easy setup, then I don't know what is. And it says, please clear your cache to ensure tracking works properly. And since we have already turned on our Lightspeed plugin, you can just click on Purge All. That will clean up all the cache. So let's click on that. And then we can say I've cleared all the cache. Okay, so now it should start tracking. And this is the kind of thing that you want to display on your dashboard. Because again, the dashboard had a lot of things that were not relevant, which we hide via the screen options. But now analytics is something you do want to see when you log in, right? It automatically puts this one on your login. And once you start getting traffic, you will see this graph going up, and then you can view more in-depth analytics inside of the dashboard. Again, some of the things are pro, but there are many things which are free, which is really cool. So for example, what cities, what countries, from what social media traffic is coming. So yeah, just a really, really cool plugin, completely free. So that's the first thing I wanted to show you. And then the second thing is SureRank. That is an SEO plugin. So SEO is search engine optimization. You want to make sure your website is optimized for Google. And this is a little bit more complex, but you can keep it really easy. There are also a lot of SEO plugins for WordPress because WordPress is very good with optimizing for Google. So let's go to plugins. Let me show you what I mean again and why I am choosing this solution. So if you look for SEO, the most famous one is this one, Yoast SEO, even though this one is now on number 1, but you can see here the installs. This is the most popular one on WordPress. Rank Math has become their main competitor, and also All-in-One SEO is also a famous one. All of these are great. I have nothing against them, but I like simplicity and easy to use interfaces. And once you install one of these plugins, you will probably get overwhelmed very quickly, and that's not a nice starting experience. You can always change later if you want by just installing another plugin. But if you scroll a little bit down, then you can see this new one over here. It's not been out for that long, but it has already 100,000 installs. I really like it. It's simple in the same way as that analytics plugin is, in the same way as Elementor is. So let me just show you. Let's install SureRank SEO and you will see what I mean. Activate. So it has a nice setup wizard, as you can see. Let's just quickly walk through it. There's just a few questions they ask. So what is the type of website I have? For me, it's a community blog, right? It's a health blog. You can pick a subcategory here. Organization is fine, doesn't really matter. The website name, a phone number, you don't really need to do that if you don't want that to be indexed. Website logo has already been selected because we have uploaded that in the right place. We don't have an about page. We also don't have a contact page, but if you have one, then you can select that. So let's click next. Here you can add social media profiles. So let's just add my Instagram in here. I'm just gonna copy the link and then just paste it in here. You can add all kinds of stuff here. Here you can fill in your info, and this one you have to check. Get notified about SEO issues on your website. I would recommend to check this. This is not email marketing. They will probably send you some emails which you can turn off if you don't want that. But this is about serious issues. So that one is one I should turn on. And yeah, that's it. SureRank does a lot of things in the background, optimizations for you. But there are a few nice things which are now added to your website. First, it shows you the problem. We can see that we still have a domain problem, which is probably the case because we don't have a domain connected. It gives you some tips over here. But the nicest feature, I think, is that if you now go to your blog posts and you go inside of them, you now have this feature over here. Okay, so this is how your blog post will look on Google, and you can just change how it appears. The title, I think, is fine here, but you can, for example, change the description. So instead of the post content, which will just be the first text, we can also use the excerpt here, which we have. And this text is also being used in the previews and our loop items. So I think it will also be great on Google because it's written to invite people to your blog post. You can even decide how you want this post to look like on social media. So if you share this blog post, it looks like this. And for a blog post, we already have a featured image, right? It all looks great. I think this is fine for a blog post, but for the homepage, this is not default because we don't have a featured image. So let me show you what I mean. So if we go to the pages over here and then just go to home and then also load in this window and then go to social, we see that there is no image here. So we can select an image, the main image, which we want to show if this website is shared on social media. So yeah, I don't know, you can put any kind of picture here. And this is one of these things that people forget. And then they share their website on social media and it doesn't look good. Now it just says home honeydew, but you can just delete this and then just put a text in here. Like the most healthy blog on the planet. I don't know. So this gives you control on how your stuff is being viewed on other platforms. It makes it easy for people to find your stuff, to click on your stuff. And like I said, this plugin also analyzes what is wrong. It doesn't show it in here because we're not inside of Elementor, but even inside of Elementor, so let me quickly save this and show you. Even inside of Elementor, we have this option available. Here you can see the same button and then you go to analyze and then it also shows you these things. So you don't always have to go to WordPress to see these kinds of things. And then the last thing I want to show you is that these tips also show up inside of your blog post. So we also have analyze over here. And then it says there's no links found on this page. So we could link this article to another blog post that is related. And that is better for Google if your posts are interlinked with each other. So that is definitely something. It says the page URL is longer than 90 characters. So now we know that the actual URL, not the title, but the URL is a little bit too long. And the URL is called a slug. So over here, you can change the slug. This does not change the title, but it just changes the link. So let's just make it a bit shorter to self-care. Yeah, that works. It's not so relevant. So now we have made it a bit shorter. Let's save it. And then once we go back, now we can see that tip is gone because we have fixed it. So this is really easy to use. It gives you some control on how your website looks on Google and on social media. But I don't want to go in too deeply here. Maybe I should make a separate tutorial about this, but this platform has a lot more features. So I thought that those two simple plugins really make your website better. So I hope that you learned something in this step. And let's now go to the last bonus step, email newsletters. In this last bonus step, I am showing you how you can add an email newsletter to your website. And the design we're gonna work towards is something like this in the sidebar, where you have an opt-in form, and when people sign up over here, they will automatically be added to a list, and then you can send one email to all of your email subscribers. And you cannot do this with your normal email tool, because I think that has a limit of 25 people. So you need a tool, a platform that allows you to send emails to a big list in bulk. And the one that has become really popular on WordPress lately is Omnisend, because it makes it super easy as well. It's the same simple experience as the other two plugins we've installed, so it fits perfectly into this story. And so you can make something like this, or you could do something like this. So this is an alternative design that I made for the homepage, where there's not a big slider at the top, but more like an introduction. And many people have this on their website. Here it says get free guide, and you can also do that if you build an automation and then send people an ebook or whatever you want to send. But you can also just change it to sign up for my email newsletter. Here you can see one more design. This is one of an older design that I had. It really depends on your style and what you want. I do recommend though to have a field for name and email, because with the name field, you can then also send them an email which says, hey, and then their first name, which makes each email feels a lot more personal. So I would recommend this if you are serious about the marketing of your blog, because Omnisend is a platform that is used by professionals, but beginners can also work with it because it's such a nice and easy interface. So that's what I really like, when companies give us a pro functionality, but it's still relatively easy to use without messing with codes. So let's just get started. We're gonna first create an account on Omnisend. Yes, this does not run on WordPress. WordPress doesn't really send emails. It does not have this functionality. Elementor also doesn't have this functionality built in. So it's done on another platform. So this is the only time where you have to create another account. So if you click on the Omnisend link, this is the platform we're talking about. I mean, look at it already. You can see that these companies really care about design. It looks absolutely cool and modern. And the best part is you can get started for free. So you can grow your list up until 250 contacts for €0 per month. And then once your list starts to grow more, then you have to go to this plan. But if you're marketing to this many people and you're promoting products, then you're probably already making money with your blog. So it's still relatively affordable. When your list gets bigger, then the price gets more expensive. But that makes sense because it's also not free for Omnisend to do this. They have to have big servers in order to be able to send emails to many people, but as you can see, even if I go up to 1500 subscribers, the price doesn't jump up to crazy numbers. And again, we can get started for free. So until 250 subscribers sign up to that form, you are good to go, and you can send 500 emails per month. And the great thing about Omnisend, in my opinion, is that you get automations and workflows built in. And normally this is only a pro feature for most email marketing platforms. They basically lock you out for the pro functionality. And so this is what I mean. You get pro functionality even for the free plan. And then once your list becomes bigger, so once you start making some serious money, then you go to the paid plan. So that's why they have become popular on WordPress as well. They actually started out on Shopify, but now many WordPress people are also using it, including me. So let me show you how to set this up. You can just click on start for free. I'm just gonna sign up with my email. I would recommend you to use the same email as you have used for WordPress, but I already have an account on that email, so I'm gonna just use another one. Our business is not e-commerce. We have to agree with this one. The marketing emails, we don't have to do that. So let's sign up. We just have to quickly confirm our email. We have to fill in our name and then also our business website. I still don't have a domain, so I hope that this one is going to work. Probably will be fine. They need your address. That is required by law, so this is the same for all email marketing platforms. And yeah, that's it. As you can see, a very easy setup. And now we just need to connect our account to WordPress. And we're going to do that by another plugin. Omnisend has their own plugin, which allows you then to connect it. It's a very small plugin because the processing happens on the Omnisend platform. So just search for it like this. This is the first one, but this one is for web shops with WooCommerce. That's the platform on WordPress for web shops. But this one is the biggest one here, 200,000. This is the one you need to install. And I just want to explain one more thing about this, because as you saw, there are also other Omnisend plugins that connected to famous popular form plugins, but we're not going to do that. We're not even going to connect it to the Elementor form. We're just going to embed it because that is a lot easier. You can just design your form on their platform and then just embed it anywhere you want. So we don't have to mess around with the Elementor form. We're gonna just do the easy route. So now we have created a free account. We have installed the Omnisend WordPress plugin. And now we have to paste the API key from Omnisend in WordPress and check the connection. Okay, so we have to look for the API key in our Omnisend account, and that key then connects the actual data. It just makes sure that every time somebody fills it out here, it will be sent to the Omnisend platform. So let's click on Connect to Store. Here it says WordPress at the bottom. So here you can see what we should do. Install the plugin. We already did that. Paste this key and then check the API connection. So don't share this key with anyone. That's why I've also blurred it. You can just copy this API key. Then go to the plugin we just installed because we need to paste it inside of there. Here it says go to Omnisend. So just click on there, or there's also a button in here. We can connect, and here you can see that's literally it. We just paste the key right here and we connect it. Now we should get a confirmation in here and also on the Omnisend platform. So let's go back to that link and let's check the API connection. And yeah, it is connected. Connected store, Healthy Lifestyler, that's my website. So it works. Great. And before we make the actual form, I just want to say that if you have already created a domain on Hostinger, so you have an official domain name, then you should also connect it here. Because if you connect your domain right here, you can first of all send emails from your official domain, which looks a lot more professional, but it also improves email deliverabilities because many people have set up filters inside of their email tools. So make sure to connect your domain right here if you already have claimed your domain on Hostinger. And another thing you should know is that you can change the email that is being used to send the email. Okay, so this is how it works. The platform sends it through your email. So once you have connected your custom domain, you can set that up right here. Okay, there are a lot of options in here, but let's stick to the basics. There's just a few more things that I think you should know. Here are your campaigns. So if you have set up your form, you can create an email campaign, and that's just one email you can send to your whole list. They make it very easy. They have all kinds of templates, but that's the basic functionality. And if you want to set up an ebook that's automatically sent when people fill out their email, you have to set up an automation. And again, great that this is free. Most platforms, this is not free. You can even set up a welcome email automatically, which is also nice, so that when people fill out their email here, they don't have to wait 4 days or 7 days until you send your new email. You can set up a welcome email right here that just sends it automatically to them. You don't have to do anything for it. That's an automation workflow. They have a lot of templates right here. Here, welcome email. So once a subscriber is confirmed, then it waits for 1 minute and then it sends this email. And here you can customize the email in here. They even have an AI assistant built in. So yeah, as you can see, all very easy. It looks similar to Elementor a little bit with the editing panel, but then yeah, more simple because in emails you cannot do as much in terms of design as you can do in a page builder. But I just wanted quickly to show those two main functionality: automations with templates and just normal campaigns to send emails. Okay, so now we need to make a form because this is called a form, and then we're going to embed that on our website. So I just want to see what kind of form types they offer. So I'm going to click on this button, and then here you can see all kinds of stuff. They have all kinds of crazy stuff which you can do if you feel creative. And you can see that some of them are a pop-up and some of them are an embed. We're going to actually embed it, but you can actually also turn this one into a embed if you want that later. There's even full landing pages, so you can also link to a page. There's fly out, which comes out in the corner, which can be triggered by a button, but we want the embed. And this one looks quite simple, so let's use this template. Now we just need to customize it a little bit. But the first thing I want to fix is that it only shows an email now. So I'm going to go here on the left, very similar to Elementor, and just drag in a new input field. And then it automatically shows the first name. We can delete that label to make it cleaner. And now I'm just going to change the color here a little bit. You can, in the same way as with Elementor, you can save your colors. So let's quickly go back to Elementor because of course we want to use the exact same colors. So here I'm again in the site settings and I'm just going to copy this color code. I want to make sure it's exactly the same. So I'm going to click plus and then just paste that color code in here, add the color. Oh, that was for the heading. That should actually be used now for the button. So I should actually have grabbed the primary and also add the primary here to my colors. So it's connected to my global colors. And if we want to change the button design, you will see that you have to go to button settings because there's no color options here. And this is actually smart. In the same way with Elementor, you want to save that in one place. So let's just go to button settings, the primary button. Let's open it. And then the background color, we're just going to select our saved color that we also have in Elementor. I don't like this outline, so that border width I am just going to put on 0. And then I want rounded corners. So there's just an easy option right here to make it completely rounded. We're going to do the same for the form fields, by the way. So we go to field settings. Let's also make them completely rounded. And the text color can be our body color. Either red is fine. I just want to make sure that the border is also our dark color. And the placeholder, that's the text in here, should also be this one. Let's just make sure the label is also that. So in the future, if we add a label, it all looks good. But I have a feeling that for the heading font, that we can also set that up on a global level. So I'm just going to quickly go back, save and close, and it should be somewhere over here. And then here in the store settings, we can see brand assets, manage brand assets. And this is the page where you set up everything. And I just want to say that inside of emails, there is not as much choice as there is on a web browser, even though there is an option here to upload your own font. So if you really want that same font, then you have to make sure that inside of the Google font, the font that we use, so in this case, for me it was Manrope, you need to download that file and then you can upload that here, okay? So for now, I'm just gonna pick one that looks pretty close. They still have something to improve here because now I see that my colors are not saved, which isn't great. So it looks like there's two types of colors going on. We're gonna upload our logo. So now our email looks a little bit more presentable. Let's save the brand assets. And then I hope that these fonts will automatically show up in here. No, they don't. Okay, that's a thing that I think they should improve. So everything is the same. For the text, you can of course keep it basic and just say, subscribe to my newsletter. I always like to be very specific. So something like this, the healthy newsletter, subscribe to get an email when there is a new post. All right, that looks great. So now we can, let's first save. Oh, it closes it automatically. What I wanted is enable the form so we can actually use it. It tries to sell us the pro plan here, but we don't need that yet. So let's stay on the free plan. And then it says embedded over here. We just need to get that code. So here I can see this div ID and then Omnisend embedded. And because we have installed the Omnisend plugin on our website, we can easily now add that to Elementor. So let's go back to our Elementor. And then I want to go inside of my sidebar template because that's where I want to add that sign up form. Okay, it brings us now to the full template, which is very wide and it's hard to see. So I'm just going to make sure that this one is, again, just for our preview, a little bit smaller so we can see what we're doing. And I just want to put it over here. So we just need an HTML widget because this is a code from another website. Let's just drag that in right here. HTML widget, it works. And now we're just going to paste that code. And it doesn't preview it directly, but this should work if we view it on the front end. I also just want to add a little bit more space because as you know, we have added some margin 2 at the top and I don't see that space over here. So I'm already going to add that because I know then it will look good. So 2 at the top. Yeah, we can already see it here in the preview. So let's publish this and then let's open our homepage in the actual homepage. So let's go back. Let's view the homepage. And now it should show up in the sidebar. Oh, I forgot to make it 100% white again. But look, it's here. Okay. You see what happens when you forget to make this one 100% white again. So let's do that. It did work. We just need to make it white. And now let's refresh. And yes, there is our form. We just need to give it a background color. So let's see if we can add that color to the background. Oh, there's just simply a background color over here. So let's paste our light tree color in there. Update the live form. And now if we refresh it, it should automatically update and look better. Yes, there we go. So the only thing that is left now is to add some rounded corners. And in order to add those rounded corners, we need to add this one into another container. Because if we just add rounded corners to this one, then it doesn't work. So let's just also add a container and then let's put the HTML element inside of that container. And then if we add rounded corners to this container, so let's add 20 in there. And by the way, let's make sure that this container is on full width. And also I see that there's still spacing here at the top. So the spacing should be now on the container and not on the widget anymore. So let's delete that as well. Okay, now it should work with the rounded corners. So let's refresh. And that unfortunately still doesn't work because we forgot one setting. And that is inside of the container widget. We should use the additional options and make sure that overflow is on hidden. And this means that any content that wants to overflow out of this container heights will be hidden, which, because as you can see, this container has a border radius, rounded corners, it will just ignore that. So now it should work on the front. So let's give it a refresh. And there you go. Now we also have the rounded corners. It fits perfectly in our design. I do see now that we have a gap over here. So if you want to have a newsletter sign up, then I would definitely put some more posts here, maybe 2 more, so the design feels more aligned. Pretty cool, right? So it feels like it's all integrated in Elementor. We can, of course, change the design, middle align. You can do that in Omnisend, but I think I have explained the most important stuff now. Let's just test it, okay? I'm gonna sign up, subscribe. One more thing that we have to change here, that is the styling, but it looks like it works. That's great. So let's see. We have some steps here at the bottom. Success here. This is where that shows up. So also make sure to connect it to the right colors and typography if you want a consistent styling. Oh, if a user already has subscribed, we of course also want to show that. So make sure to also update your typography and your colors right here so that it looks good. And even in these boxes, you could add that same background color so that it all feels the same. So update the live form. Okay, we have made the update and now let's go to audience because now we should see our first email subscribers. And yes, we can see it. It has come in right here. This is my account, but this is the email I just used to sign up and it works. So now we can make our first campaign and send our first email to our whole list. And it even previews what your email is going to look like. It even has AI generations built in. Do you see how easy they make it? Campaign name is for you, so people don't see that, just for internal use. Choose an email template. So here you can use one of their designs if you want to, or just filter through these things to go for normal template. Plain text is the most normal one. And as you can see, it automatically loads in your fonts and your logo because we already set that up. And they do show the Omnisend logo here in the bottom, but that's only on the free version. If you want that removed, then you should upgrade. And of course, that makes sense. You're getting all of this functionality for free. So let's see if we walk through the steps. Set up global styling, create a form. We checked the steps, we embedded the form, HTML, we put it in the sidebar, and connect your domain. Yeah, I showed you that functionality. So I don't know about you, but we have a pretty complete website right now. I think we didn't forget anything, but if you think that I forgot something, then just let me know by placing a comment, and then I can try to reply to some people in the comments, but I should not make a lot of promises here. So I truly hope that you learned a lot in this tutorial. I tried to balance simplicity, a simple visual workflow with quite complex, cool, professional things, and that took me quite a bit of time. The video turned out to be a bit longer than I wanted, but I didn't want to skip any of the important details, so I hope you can appreciate my effort. And the last thing I want to say is that if you want to learn more about Elementor or design, web design in general, you can check out my courses. I have a course on Elementor Pro and a course on web design with Figma. Also design thinking, so this will make you a lot better designer. Those 2 courses are available. You can check them out on the homepage. This website, by the way, is also completely made with Elementor. You can read a little bit more about me if you want. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say for the outro. Thank you and see you the next time.